Good evening. It is 6:30. Members of council are assembled when you're ready to begin.
All right, thank you very much, Don. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this committee of the whole meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores and welcome all members of the committee and everyone who's with us here in our temporary council chambers this evening, and as well everybody who's joining us by the live stream. We're glad everybody's with us. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Grace has that this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Thank you very much. Third item on the agenda is disclosures of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do so anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda, and we have no open forum requests this evening, so we're right on to delegations, and we have 3 delegations this evening. And our first delegation isn't really a delegation because we've invited some really special guests here to join us this evening for our first delegation. We've invited some of our local athletes who recently competed in the 2024 Special Olympics National Winter Games in Calgary, Alberta. And it is with great pride that we recognize the outstanding accomplishments of our Special Olympians, who have not only represented our community with distinction, but have also brought home an array of medals, shining brightly with their triumphs. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the entire 5-pin bowling team for their remarkable feat of securing the silver medal. Furthermore, I'm thrilled to announce the individual successes of our extraordinary athletes. Justin LeBlanc, whose exceptional talent has propelled him to earn the title of Canadian Special Olympics 5-pin bowling national champion, earning a well-deserved gold medal. Yeah. Martin Soder and Jennifer Sanderson, whose outstanding performances have earned them silver medals in the singles competition, showcasing their remarkable skills and determination on the lanes. Cody McInnes and Cheryl Clark, whose impressive efforts have garnered them bronze medals in the singles events, demonstrating their tenacity and competitive spirit. And in addition to our bowling champions, we are immensely proud to celebrate the remarkable achievements of Mike Bailey, who completed the Nordic skiing event, claiming the gold medal in the 2.5-kilometer race and a bronze medal in the 500-meter race. I think it's important, too, that we also extend our heartfelt appreciation to the dedicated coaches, Cheryl Smethurst and Norma Brender, whose guidance, mentorship, and unwavering support have played an instrumental role in the success of our athletes. So today, as we honor our Special Olympians, let us not only celebrate their remarkable achievements on the field of competition, but also recognize the values of inclusivity, perseverance, and unity that they embody. They have not only made us proud, but have also enriched our community with their determined spirit and passion for sport. So congratulations once again to all of our Special Olympians on your remarkable achievements. Your triumphs will forever inspire us and remind us of the extraordinary heights that can be reached through perseverance, dedication, and teamwork. And so now I'm going to come up and the Deputy Mayor is going to join me and we're going to give you guys some certificates, okay? Hello. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call your names, and when I call your name, come on up and I'll give you a certificate and we'll take your picture. Okay. So very first, we have Justin LeBlanc. Why don't you want to announce them? I will just take it. Okay.
Martin Soder, Jennifer Sanderson,
Oh, we got a few more. Let me hold that.
Cody McGinnis,
Those medals off. Congratulations.
Cheryl Clark, and gold medalist Mike Bailey. Coach Cheryl Smethurst, and Coach Norma Bredner.
Okay. All right. So now we'll move on. Thanks again to our Special Olympians for coming in tonight. Those guys. Very good. So up next, we have our second delegation, which is from Wayne and Deb Kaufman. And the Kaufmans are here to talk to us or to give us their 2024 update on the Marine Heritage Society and Propeller Club. So when they can make their way up here, the floor will be theirs. Probably have to flip it on there. We turned it back off there.
Test.
There you go.
Thank you. I guess I should start that way, shouldn't I? Oh, I got a different hat on tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for taking the time to allow us to present our 2024 plan. And I would like to thank the team of volunteers that spend countless hours working on all the Marine Heritage Society projects. Without them, I wouldn't be here reporting anything. Deb Kaufman, Eric Tolton, and I will give, I should advance the slide. There's the mouse. There we go. Thank you. Deb Kaufman, Eric Tolton, and I will give you an update on the following items. It's a small list due to the fact that we only have 10 minutes. We will try to keep to our timeline. Where do I point? Thanks. I'll just say next slide. Thanks. Exciting news. Today we are launching our new website. Our new homepage. This is the homepage of our new website. Today is our official launch of it. It's been up and running for about a week, and we've had members viewing it, critique it for the last week or so. I would like to thank, special thank you to Dennis Coleman and John Matlock that have spent countless hours and expertise that they have put forward to this website. We're really excited about it. Next slide, please. The team has been meeting all winter long. We've had some very interesting meetings. We had some help from Darren Hill with our software booking. The focus was to eliminate the countless volunteer hours spent booking people by hand. Next slide, please. This is how this is our goals. And I don't know where I am on my sheet. What slide number is that? Sorry. This is how we started. We came up with our goals, communicating with the Marine Heritage, the nature of our business. We wanted to make it an easy experience for our users, and the site maintenance was a key issue. We wanted to be able to do everything ourselves. Next slide, please. So if I could coin a phrase from John Matlock, a website is like an iceberg. You only see the tip of the iceberg. The bulk of the work goes on underneath the water. So this was how we started. It started with a spreadsheet that we listed what we wanted to show, and this is what we come up with. So next slide, please. The next few slides will show our website tries to capture all aspects of the Marine Heritage Society. Our continued partnership with Bruce County Museum and Cultural Center has helped us with the visual aids, with some incredible photographs of the history of the area, and also some incredible photos from our members. A picture's worth 1,000 words. We have a place for external links, and I would like to ask to place a link for the town of Saugeen Shores on our site, and we encourage the town to put a link for our site on theirs. I encourage everyone to take a look at it. We are very proud of the hard work that the team has done. And I could spend 20 minutes on this website. I'm so excited about it. It's great website. Next few slides, please. Just step through them. This is just an overview of the pages that it scrolls through as you click on them. So we've captured all of our our different aspects of the Marine Heritage Society. And just stop on the last one, that is the online booking. This one, thank you. The online booking was one of our main goals, to offer our customers an easy and efficient means to book their Chantry Island tour tickets. The launch of this will be May 1st. We have sold 2 tickets as an experiment. However, we need to train our staff and make sure the money flows correctly. And that's all happening in the background right now. So this has been an exciting project. Thank you to Darren for helping us find the software. And yeah, May 1st, we're launching. We're taking online bookings. So now I'm going to move on to my next exciting project. I encourage you to really visit the website. It's phenomenal. The photos that the museum have provided are incredible. I'm getting prodded here. I'm taking too much time. My next project, we've installed replacement of our 12-year-old motor with a twin 200 horsepowers. The state-of-the-art joysticks will help our captains maneuver the Peerless at slow speeds in any direction by simply moving a joystick in the direction they want the boat to travel. However, we now need to train our captains, rewrite our operating procedures, and so we still have to do much work on this, but it is joystick controlled completely. You move the joystick like a Game Boy, which way you want the boat to move, sideways, turn it. So we're excited about that. So, and that's my time. They only give me 3 minutes, so I'm going to turn it over to Deb Kaufman to give us an update on the festival, the market, and the tour. Thanks.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to speed read now after that. Good evening. I'll start with the Marine Heritage 3-day Fun-Free Family Festival. For general public who might be looking in, as a volunteer organization, this festival is our way of celebrating all of the great accomplishments and endeavors with which we as a society and organization are involved. We've added a couple of new aspects to the festival, such as a shuttle bus in and around Southampton to pick up our participants and many spectators. We will also continue with the bike valet, which is supported by the town at each of our activities and events throughout the 3-day weekend and our markets. We are expanding our food vendors this year, as we have approximately 5,000 spectators and participants at the Saturday events, and it has become evident that we need more food available for the spectators. We've extended Saturday night to 11 p.m. with 3 sheets in the Winterhawks providing a bar, food, and music. We're still trying to add more fun family activities to Sunday afternoon, but in the meantime, we're looking forward to local musical talent, beer gardens, and the kids' hockey shoot-off with the Winterhawks on Sunday. On to the market. This is also expanding, and we did change the name to Artisans and Tastes Market to avoid confusion with other local businesses. We have approximately 45 to 50 different artisan vendors each Friday throughout the summer from 9 to 2 p.m. I often had to turn vendors away, but now we have expanded to 70 possible sites with the town and fire chief approval. It's become a very popular venue for our locals as well as visitors to our community. This summer, we have 2 chefs as well. There's Ukrainian food, Taste of Africa, local wine, lamb, beef, preserves, artisan items of all kinds, souvenirs, you name it, we've got it. On a side note, our media and sponsor day for the festival will once again be at the market, which is on Friday, July 12th. So mark your calendars. We'll send out an invite. All of the town staff are invited, as you are most definitely a phenomenal supporter and provide us with assistance in so many ways. Not to forget one of the recognized tourist attractions that we as a community and a Marine Heritage group of volunteers support, our Chantry Island Keeper's House and Imperial Tower Lighthouse. A YouTube video was just shared with us last night that was produced by Ontario Road Tripping. It was about the 9 coolest towns in Ontario that you must visit, towns that offer a unique experience. And Southampton, and in particular the Chantry Island tours, was an exciting experience indicated in this YouTube production. The tours attract so many people from far and wide to our community each year. We have many volunteers that assist with the tour-based scheduling, training of crew, guides, and captains. As you can see in here, we're a very active group in Saugeen Shores, not only partnering and working with many of the other organizations to showcase our marine heritage, but to promote Saugeen Shores as a viable place not only to visit, but live. At this time, I'd like to introduce the past chair for the Marine Heritage Society, Eric Tolton.
Good evening and thank you. The Saugeen River Front Range Light underwent a complete restoration in 2022, and it stands at the end of the pier as a testament to the hard work and generous donations of many groups, businesses, and individuals. There's still work to do to protect it from the return of high water levels in the future. Its twin sister, the Rear Range, is in need of attention. It has lost several shingles and rot has started to set in a few places. We've already procured new shingles for it, and more than 350 volunteer hours have gone into applying a first coat of stain to them. In late September, when our busy tour season has come to a close, we plan to do a complete overhaul of it. Before the snow flies, we plan to have its appearance matching her twin sister. The third range light, McNabb Point, is a different story. It is not a navigation aid and hasn't been for many years. Unfortunately, rot has set into the main 4 pillars that hold it up. It's at the point that the 12 by 12 inch posts have rotted almost right through. This spring, we hired a structural engineer to do an assessment of the building. His recommendation is that no one should be allowed inside the building and that eventually it should be demolished. What would we recommend as a go forward at this point? Good question. We will want to consult with the neighbors and the community. Lastly, I'd like to touch on the Chantry Tower. As you know, a year ago, we had some serious dialogue with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We were able to successfully get a renewed license that allowed us continued access to the tower. As part of that process, we hired an engineering firm to assess our operation. DFO also hired another firm to look at the integrity of the tower. They determined that a large part of the problem with stones falling off the tower is because the last time it was painted, it was done using latex paint instead of whitewash. This causes moisture to be trapped inside the stone. During the winter's freeze-thaw cycles, the water expands and contracts and causes pieces of stone to break off. The only way forward is to meticulously remove that coating either by scraping or sandblasting. It's estimated that this work will cost $1.5 million or more. We need to sit down with DFO and town staff and jointly agree to a way forward. We're ready to get our fundraising wheels in motion. Thank you for listening to us and for your ongoing support of our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you. Well, as one of the people that got to take a preview look at the website, I can assure you that it is very fun and it definitely celebrates volunteers. And if you're not a member of the Propeller Club already and coming out to the Walker House on Wednesday afternoons, you'll want to after you look at the website. And I wish you luck with the tour booking thing. It seems very easy to navigate. And so I didn't send in comments, but I did scroll through pretty much everything. I also wanted to just point out I don't know if it showed up on a slide, but the webcam that I believe there's 2 sponsors, Hills Insurance and somebody else who helps with that, Bruce Telecom. It is interesting because sometimes I can tell that, I don't know how, but I can tell that other people are watching at the same time as me. And it's not just during the day. You know, there's a lot of people that head down to the harbor when they have this impression that maybe the Northern Lights will be visible. And so it's even interesting to see action at the harbor then. So that harbor cam is a great attribute too. So I just wanted to say that the website, when you launch it, I think it's going to be a big success. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everybody. And just thank you for all the leadership and work. I mean, it's hard to describe how much time you put in. It's obvious from looking at that, but I know also from from just working a little bit with you as a tour guide that the amount of work you put in, the market has in and of itself has been a huge success. And the festival and everything that you do for our town as a tourist attraction and to keep this really immensely valuable heritage property and cultural heritage that's associated with it going. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, thank you for the presentation. Look forward to investigating the website, which alas, I have not seen or visited yet. I have a question about the future projects. You said it would cost $1.5 million to either scrape it down, scrape the lighthouse down, or to sandblast it. Where's that money coming from? Are you open to grants? Is the federal government taking part?
My comment was we have to sit down with the DFO staff and town staff and jointly agree, how are we going to do this? How is the cost going to be divvied up? Ultimately, we will fundraise to the extent we're capable of. I'm not sure we're going to be able to raise 1.5 million,
Sure.
but we certainly hope that the federal government will be contributing a large portion of that.
Okay, and I see,
I can just add a comment to that. By all means, we're looking at grants, Councilor Davinsky. We have some very talented volunteers that have joined us in the last couple of years that have done a lot of extensive grant writing. So we're looking forward to their expertise helping us going after funding for that big project.
if I could follow up with one other question, and that is the federal government at one time showed a lack of interest in owning these lighthouses and what have you along the shoreline. And then all of a sudden changed course again. Is there any chance that they would say, no, this one's too beat up, you're on your own, we don't want it anymore? Is that a possibility?
The municipality has had some conversations about that. Maybe the CAO would make a comment. We just got some correspondence on that, actually. CAO.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we just had an email from the DFO, I think it was about last week, that acknowledges that this lighthouse is still a navigational aid. So the DFO has no intent of seeing it decommissioned in any way, shape or form. I don't know if that means that they have funding to repair it, but
Yeah,
yeah, so.
well, I'm sure they will. If they're using it, they should help pay for it. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. We've all heard this term before, but volunteers are the backbone of our community, and you certainly are part of the backbone of our community. You do a wonderful job, and the tours, the number of people that come to this municipality to go on those tours, right, over to the island's pretty remarkable. So just a thank you. Thank you for all the work you do. And the community, we all need to remember, you're all volunteers, right? And there's no financial gain, and we just really appreciate all the great work you do. The question I did have was about the tower. It's an imperial tower, I understand, correct? Is it a risk? And with the spalling and we're losing a lot of stone, you can see on the photos. But is it at risk at all? Is it 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years if it's not touched? What did the engineering report say?
There are some stones that need to be replaced while the sandblasting is going on, but structurally, no, it's in good shape.
Okay.
And it's not about to fall down
Okay.
on us. We're more concerned about little pieces falling off
Right.
and potentially hurting people.
Right.
That's what we want to get addressed.
You've had no direction in terms of those falling stones, putting patrons at risk. There's no direction from the federal government that we must close down the operation.
We committed to putting a chain fence,
Right.
not chain link, but a chain fence out around the tower to prevent people from getting too close to it, so that if something falls, it's going to fall straight down. We know because every spring we go over there and we pick up the pieces that have
Right.
fallen off in the spring.
Gotcha. How many tours were carried out? How many people took the tours last year? Just a
Last
just a
year we had
ballpark
number
figure.
of cancellations, and it was about 1,600.
1,600.
Other years have been closer to 2,000, but
Yeah.
because of the weather last year, we had
Sure.
to cancel a number
Right.
of tours.
Well, thanks again for all you do. It's remarkable.
We celebrated 15,000 guests, 25,000 guests to the island last year. So over the course of the 22 years it's been running.
Awesome. Further comments or questions? I don't see any. Well, thanks again. Everybody's said thank you, and I'll just say it one more time because we can't say it enough times. Thank you guys so much for all that you do. And on the question, I think what it comes down to is the fact that the Town of Saugeen Shores and the Marine Heritage Society have always had a pretty strong partnership when it comes to looking after these towers, and both the tower and the range lights. And we're going to continue to have a strong partnership on that front. We don't know where we'll come up with $1.5 million, but I'm pretty confident us working together, we'll figure it out. One thing that's not going to happen is we're not going to let that tower go. We're not going to let it degrade. We have one more year left on our lease with the DFO. And we were in Ottawa a few months ago talking to them about extending our lease. And also, so we have dialogue going back and forth between the town and the DFO already about that tower and our need to have it remain there and our need to continue to access it. So we'll just keep standing right in front of them and telling them that we need them to support our work there and your work there. So once again, thanks very much and looking forward to our continued partnership.
Thank you. And you have 3 months to build your cardboard boat. Just a
Okay.
little warning, okay?
All right, I'll get started tonight. All right, so that moves us on to our third and final delegation, which is from David Schemmelt. And Mr. Schemmelt's here to talk to us about bylaw enforcement. And the floor will be yours once you get there, David. Is the mic on there, David? I don't know. We just maybe if you just take it in your hand, it would be all right if you just held on to it. I don't know if that's might be. It's not on. Go. Yeah.
Nope. There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Sorry, start from the beginning again. Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you for allowing me to come in to talk to you tonight. Some of you are familiar with me. It's probably been a number of years since I was last here. I probably did about a dozen presentations to the council in the past, half of them with regards to the beachers when I was in that role as the president. The other half was while I was here, talk about swimming pools. And I'm going to burn a minute of my time talking about swimming pools because I want to acknowledge the great work that this council has done and staff. I don't know if any of my discussions had influence on your ultimate decision, but building an 8-lane, 25-meter pool, I think was a brilliant decision. I've been involved with swimming pools for well over 50 years, approaching 55 years, as an athlete, Olympian national team member, parent, now as an administrator of one of the largest swim clubs in the country. And I haven't been able to convince the town of Oakville to build a decent pool yet. But you guys are going to do that. A couple of key features you've got on there, which I recognize is, yes, it's 8 lanes, but they're good length, good width lanes. That's going to just be far superior for programming. You put a surge tank on it, good idea. You got good gutters on it. And the other thing was you went on it on your own. I think that was a brilliant decision as well. I've seen pools run by third parties and I've seen them run by towns. And I think you made an excellent decision going out on your own. You've got the talents in this community to do it. So well done. So I just wanted to acknowledge the group for a job well done on that. Moving on, bylaw enforcement. My request of council is to direct staff to review and update the town's bylaw enforcement policy. I wasn't able to get a copy of it. I know it exists. My second request is for council to direct staff to update the memorandum of understanding that exists between Saugeen Shores Police and the town, since bylaw enforcement is a joint operation between the two. Part of that will be that all parties involved with enforcement meet and ensure that, one, there's sufficient resources that have been allocated to maximize the bylaw enforcement function. And then finally, to report back to council as to whether additional resources are required to meet the town's obligation to meet and satisfy the public trust. Why am I asking? I drift a little bit between policy and procedural here. Some things I recognize are functions of staff, some things are functions of council, but ultimately you as council approve the strategic plan and the strategic directions of the town, and you also approve the budget. My first item here that needs, I think, to be addressed is how are service calls triaged. I was asked before I did this presentation, have I spoken to the bylaw people? And I'll tell you, I've spoken to everybody. I've spoken to your bylaw enforcement officer, I've spoken to police, I've spoken to counselors, I've spoken to staff. And not so much as a criticism, but I would say that there's definitely a lack of coordination between all three, and there's a little bit of finger pointing. And I think the actual leadership starts with this group. For example, under triage right now, if you were to go and ask an individual down on the beach if they had a bylaw issue, who to call, they would not know who to call. Do they call the police or do they call the town? If it's a Saturday, do you call the town or do you call the police? Does it get triaged and get sent back to bylaw? Or if it's during the weekday, do you call and leave a message and hope that it gets responded to? What is the council bylaw compliance policy? What I'm referring to here is at what point is compliance acceptable and what point is it not acceptable? Are you looking for 100% compliance with current bylaws? Are you looking for 80%, 90%? At what point do you actually act? Which leads to my next position, which is, are the policy goals proactive or reactive? Are you working on educating the public? Are you visible? Or are we strictly reactive? Do we wait for the calls for service to come in and then respond? And I'll come back to that later on. Community education. This is a lesson in civics. Are we all good citizens or not? I would argue that most are, but there's a few that not, and they need a little additional guidance. Is there consistency in the clarity in the response to non-compliance? Since you're dealing with two different bodies, you've got your bylaw enforcement officer and you've also got the town, two different groups doing the same job. Is there consistency between the two? And does your current delivery model align with current and future needs of the community? Community is now, according to the last census, 16,000 people in the winter. I got all sorts of different numbers for the summer. Is it 30,000, 40,000, 50,000? I have no idea what the number is, and everybody asks gives me a different number. By way of background, bylaw effectiveness, regulatory effectiveness. This has been a hot topic of lately. We're seeing it at the provincial level. I see a lot of it in the city. We have bylaws, we have legislation, but it's selectively or not at all enforced. What's your policy going to be here? Community well-being. What are our rights and responsibilities? What are your rights and responsibilities? What are my rights and responsibilities? Does the average person not recognize it as their responsibility to be educated in local bylaws and to follow them? I would suggest not. So they probably need a little bit of help. Collaboration, community relations, enforcement. This again comes back to my original comment. I saw inconsistencies between the various levels: bylaw enforcement officer, supervision, management, council, police. I have to say on the police side, boy, do they want to help. They were awesome. But I also found them to be a little bit hand-tied. Clarity. This again comes back to, is there clarity in what the direction is of council? This is another thing that I've discovered when talking to people. There seemed to be a lack of clarity as to who does what. Scale. Do we have sufficient resources for a town, a community of this size, which is also seasonal, where the summer population is a multiple of the winter population? What are the best practices? Only you can answer what the best practices are, but what you do here is quite different from what you do in communities neighboring here. Wherever the OPP services, OPP does not do anything with bylaw. And those communities outsource bylaw enforcement. Most of them, from what I found, go to James Services out of Owen Sound. And the public trust. I call this street view. I'm here as an individual, both landowner and as a past president of the Beachers. Your trail actually runs right through my property, which is actually my driveway, and many, many years of being on the beach. So in that time, I can tell you, I've been to every Beecher's AGM, and you might as well put it on the agenda, dog bylaw. Someone's going to ask all the time, and it always comes up. And what you don't see is the number of emails and letters that the Beechers receive talking about the dog bylaw. And I just wanted to read to you a couple of snippets from some of the letters that we get. The choice to allow dogs to on the beach areas that aren't busy and insulting to the people who chose to use those beach areas. But we all know that there is currently no animal control in town. Dogs are off leash in many areas, including the trails. Personally, I'm afraid of dogs. Enforcement in the area has been almost non-existent for the past 2 years as more and more people and families have been bringing their dogs to the beach. That's from Ike's Grove. I asked you to protect my identity. This is common. People send letters to us because they don't want to speak up and say anything because they're afraid of repercussions. This person actually goes on to talk about it is a sensitive issue, but they're afraid to call police. They're afraid to call the town because the neighbors will know. And I think that's reflected further on in the statistics of how many actual calls you receive. Personally, I have avoided this education confrontation because I have a cottage across from the beach, and I, like many other along the waterline, have fear repercussions for speaking out. Personally, I feel that dog owners have been emboldened by the new on-leash dog beach rules. And then there was the annual meeting when the rules were announced, the new rules were coming. And as the mayor was speaking, during the meeting, dog owners and their dogs left the on-leash dog beach during the non-compliant hours and walked right up onto the shore, onto the no-dog beach. Bylaw enforcement officers must leave their vehicles and walk the beach. For several years, I used to have Ron come by. He came by every day, 7:30 to 7:45 in the morning. He would drive in, turn around, drive out. Check the box. Area surveyed. Didn't get out of the car. On the beach yesterday from 3:30 to 4, 5 dogs on the beach, no bylaw enforcement. And then we get into another one here talking about no enforcement bylaws. Then we get into signage and education. It's confusing. I'm doing this intentionally because you can probably read the dog friendly part, but you can't read anything else. And that's all that people see. I've had these discussions with people where I've actually confronted them. I'm obviously not afraid to confront people. And they start yelling at me. I've had them swear at me and they're telling me that it's a dog friendly beach. I said, but did you read the sign? There's actually limitations. And if you look right in the very small corner here is the details of when you can and when you can't. In certain sections, you can't at all. And then there's some conflicting things where it says it's dog friendly, but then it says there's no dogs allowed. This one's clear, but there's an inconsistency across all of the signage. So that's just the dogs part that I wanted to address. I think there's other issues of the bylaw that need to be addressed too. In particular,
Because we
vegetation.
have passed over 10 minutes, David, so if you could wrap it up, that would
Gotta
be.
wrap it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be great.
The other thing I want to touch on here. One last slide. Next one, please. This one. Statistics. I was happy to see this in the Saugeen Shores Police Services where they talk about the number of foot patrols and engagement events. And this was actually a significant increase. 75 dedicated beach patrols across our problem-oriented with the policing. So they called it hotspots. Let's put 75 into perspective. If there's June, July, August is your 3 months, that's 90 days. So that's less than 1 visit a day. If we were just to look at the 3 main days of the week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, your bylaw person works Monday to Thursday. That leaves it to the police to operate Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you're getting 2 visits per week. My last 2 are just pictures. Oh. This is just, I was asked a while ago if I have footage of cameras. Yeah, I would say on my laneway, you're about 70 to 80% compliance with the leash bylaw. These are some of the regulars. Next one. Yep. And I have lots more of those if anyone was ever at all interested. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry I ran over time.
No, that's all right. I'll ask if there's questions or comments from members. Counselor Stack.
Thank you for the presentation. Just so I'm clear, your concerns with the beachers concern, I think you'd mentioned the beachers, so your concerns with the dogs. Or just the,
I don't speak on behalf of the beachers. I
Just
speak on
let the,
behalf of
let's just
myself.
let the counselor finish her
So-
question, please.
so just,
Right.
you were mentioning in the context of your time on the beachers, that the dog concerns, it's been a long-standing concern. Okay, so I just want to be clear. So it's not that you've kind of tied dog beach, the dog bylaws with the increase in concern, but those concerns actually predate the dog beach change in the bylaw. I just think that's an important point of clarity when we're talking. And then I think maybe it's more of a question, comment. In your mind, let's just focus on the beaches, which seems to be one of the major concerns. What would good look like from your perspective? So we have 75 beach patrols, with a fairly busy police force and sort of limited resources. So what does it look like from your perspective? What does good look like from an enforcement perspective? How many patrols, how many tickets are you expecting to see?
I would defer to the police, the experts on that. Mine's just an opinion. I would rather have a facts-based decision or input from police services.
Okay, so you don't actually have a specific request other than you just want to see more enforcement.
Yes, there should be some amount of enforcement, whether it's daily or twice a day. It needs to be random. They need to get out of their vehicle. They need to walk to the beach. We had that beach ambassador program, which seemed to work very well. But I understand the funding ran out on it. I understand there was many contacts made, very few that got escalated, but there was visibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dave, for your presentation. Good to see you at council again. You've been here, as you said, many times you've been here. Is it fair to say that, David, your frustrations are mounting
Yes,
in a big way?
yes.
Talked to you many times about this over the last 3 years, and I feel your frustration. I sense it. I hear it again tonight. It's mounting. I want to make a couple of comments, and I have a question for you too. But that Shipley Trail is critical, in my view, for our trail system here in Saugeen Shores. That trail linkage from Gobles Grove through to Port Elgin is critical. That trail system runs through your yard, correct?
Correct.
If we lost access to that trail, that shuts down that access to Shipley Trail. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is going on. It seems to be dragging on, in my view, and I don't have all the answers either, but there seems to be a need for further bylaw enforcement. There's all kinds of areas that need bylaw enforcement, not just Shipley Trail, but it's critical, in my view, that bylaw enforcement happens there in a stepped up way. And I don't know whether it's hiring a 4-month. I suggest this a budget last year, didn't go anywhere. It was turned back. The police should be enforcing, and we've got enough bylaw enforcement. Let them get out and do foot patrol, et cetera, et cetera. But I'd suggested a 4-month contract. Plant somebody down there. Plant somebody down there for $5 or $6 grand for the summer, a student. Issue tickets on the spot. We can't expect our police services staff, he's talking about Ron Coulier, going down, making his check, been there. That's not good enough. We got to get out of the car and we got to walk the trail. We got to stop people. What's your biggest frustration with dogs? Give me an example of what's going on with your property with dogs.
The dogs, my property in particular, it's the off-leash dogs. They're in my garage. They're running through the yard. I've come out the front door and had an angry dog barking at me. I've had my dog attacked by another dog. We have a leash dog, passed away, but attacked in the driveway. So that would be my frustration. And that is the choke point. So everybody comes down Shipley Trail, everybody comes down to Amanda's Way, everybody that cuts through Barry's Construction all comes through my driveway.
That's right. Exactly.
The volume has been going up, 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 up. Everybody's got to go through. Since he closed the Izzard Lane, that passed way through the fence, it all got shifted and now comes through my place. And it's growing a lot, which is excellent. I think that's great. You've got a wonderful trail system. But
it's a critical section of trail, and I hear your frustration is mounting, and I've alerted staff to this several times that it's mounting. It's getting frustrating. We can't lose that agreement. We've got an agreement with you to run that trail system through your property. We can't jeopardize that. Somehow we got to find a way to address that 20%. And not easy, but we got to plant somebody down. I mean, let the public know we're serious. Issue tickets on the spot. You know, that trail system, I think you're coming in 2 weeks, sorry, to speak about the trail linkage.
Correct.
We'll speak more about that later, but that trail's got to be rerouted this year. In 3 years now. And I don't know what the time frame is. I guess we'll hear in 2 weeks from staff when we're rerouting that trail off of your property, which it should be. You've asked for that. We heard a budget number last fall, big number. I'm surprised at the $250,000 price tag, whatever it was. But David, you know, we got to get it fixed. I feel your frustration, and it's mounting. We got to address it. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Are there further comments? Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, Dave, thanks for your presentation. And you and I have spoken about this before. You started off tonight talking about the town's policies with regards to all bylaws. And I think it's fairly clear that the town operates on a complaint basis when it comes to bylaws. The bylaw officer isn't out there measuring people's fences and gates and hedges and proximity to driveways and things. It's much more on the complaint basis, but I think it's also clear that if it wasn't for the dog issue, you probably wouldn't be here either. This is what's driven this issue for you.
Primarily, correct. Primarily,
Yeah.
it's the dog issue. I was going to talk about a couple of other things as well, but that's the main one.
That's the impetus.
The main one's that. I would also talk about the clear cutting of your foliage on your road allowance that people do. And then bylaw talks to them, and then a year later, they come back and cut the rest of it.
Yeah, there's the ask forgiveness rather than permission is a common thing in the town, yes. But with the trail going down your driveway, I used to walk that trail quite a bit when I had a smaller dog, but we don't go that way very much anymore. But I agree that it's a critical trail bypass, and I think there is a plan to have an alternate route through there. And I just know if it was me and I was bothered that much by the dogs on my driveway, I'd put up a fence.
I made the commitment when I bought the property to keep the trail open because I believe it should be a trail. But the requirement was that it would get off my driveway.
If you don't feel like the commitment is being upheld, then your prerogatives are clear as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Schemmelt, for coming in this evening. And yeah, I think we've heard your comments loud and clear. And I know that we continue to talk about bylaw enforcement. Bylaw enforcement's a pretty common subject of conversation at council. We talked a couple of times last year about dogs on beaches that you've raised. So that was a pretty significant conversation. I think we've tried to arrive in a good spot there, and bylaw enforcement in general. So I know that your comments will inform our work going forward on that broader question. So thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councilors.
Okay, so now we will move on to, all right, so now that's the end of our delegation. So we're on to reports of municipal officers and committees. And the first report is a staff report, 8.2 on the Railway Street and McNabb Street intersection control study. And we'll turn that over to the manager of, the director of development services. Flip it back on, maybe. Oh, maybe it clips itself off when you put it back in.
How's that?
There you go.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item reports out on a 2023 business plan major initiative to do an intersection control evaluation of the intersection of McNabb and Railway Streets. And a reality around this work that's worth noting early on is that improvements to this intersection would be approved by the Ministry of Transportation and not the town. And that the province has a technical approval and a funding approval function. So that's why I'm kind of introducing this report. It's a bit different from the typical reports that we bring on engineering studies because of that complexity. So the study followed provincial guidelines to support the conclusions and recommendations, and we expect that it should be supported by the MTO from a technical standpoint. From a funding standpoint, however, it appears unlikely that despite an increase in the warrants that were documented in the work, the warrants to justify provincial funding for the recommended improvements are not met yet. But notwithstanding that current funding situation, the study has answered a number of important questions, and that will benefit the ability to advance this project in the future. I'll list a few of them. The study has addressed questions about the data assumptions that were in the Transportation Master Plan, which led to this initiative. It's provided updated data collection and development updates, which has established a detailed quantitative base for future updates. It's also answered the question as to whether land will be required, and the answer we now know is no, and that certainly simplifies future efforts in this direction. Also provided the basis for education and an important community conversation about what form the intersection should take in order for the safety to be improved. Through that process, the study put a brighter spotlight on pedestrian and cyclist safety at this location and provided a specific recommendation in that regard. And it also validated that there is a safety concern that will be worthy of the funding when more warrants are met in the future. So our goal this evening, Mr. Mayor, is to provide council with an opportunity to receive the report, hear Mr. Jean Chartier's presentation, and Jean and our manager of engineering services, Rahul Amin, will do their best to answer any questions that you have about the study. Next steps will be pending the Connecting Links funding announcement, which is anticipated in the coming days or weeks. If the project is not funded, staff intend to meet with provincial officials to fully understand their perspective and would return with a report to council about how and when to advance these recommendations, with particular focus on the recommendation for those pedestrian improvements in the short term. I'll now turn it over to Jean Chartier for his presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Here this evening to speak on the Railway Street and McNabb Street intersection control study. So as Mark mentioned, the town initiated this study to determine what was the most appropriate form of traffic control or intersection form at Railway Street and McNabb. Through the work that was carried out on the study, we looked at assessing the effectiveness of different types of alternatives for addressing what initially we viewed to be a motorist delay and safety concern, resulting both from current traffic volumes as well as what would be forecast in the future. As we worked through the project, it became more apparent that pedestrian and cyclist safety was arguably as important or more important than the motorist perspective in terms of given its location adjacent to the rail trail. As well as Mark mentioned, there is an important distinction to make in terms of the Ministry of Transportation on this project, given the fact that this section of Railway Street, also Highway 21, is what's called a connecting link. So basically, it was formerly a provincial highway under the ministry's jurisdiction. It's now under the town's jurisdiction. But because of its role as a highway over a longer distance, the ministry had reserved certain rights to both approve any changes to traffic control or the design of the roadway that may change its characteristics, as well as it also provides funding for municipalities that are doing capital improvement projects on connecting link highways. And the guideline does speak to the fact that when it comes to traffic signals, that their funding is not provided for what's called an unwarranted traffic signal. And that limitation does extend to roundabouts by association. As was mentioned, as part of the study, we went through a consultation exercise with the community. There was a public information center that was held last August, where there were a lot of folks in attendance to express their opinions on what should happen at this intersection. So we thought it was very well attended, given the fact that it was a very specific location. The fact that we also received almost 400 responses to the survey also indicated there was a great degree of community interest in this particular location. And when we asked folks through the survey that we did online to both how strongly they felt something should happen at this location, as well as giving their opinion on did they have a preference to what happened in terms of if there was changes to the intersection, we found some very interesting results. So there was a high degree of interest in something happening. Almost 85% of folks felt that something should happen, either somewhat strongly or very strongly, felt, sort of the 8 to 10, felt that something should occur at the intersection to change its condition. But there was a mixed opinion in terms of what people felt was the preferred response, almost weighting equally in terms of traffic signals and a roundabout solution. Next slide, please. So as part of the technical analysis that we performed in completing the study, we looked at both existing conditions today in terms of existing traffic volumes, pedestrian counts, things of that nature, as well as data, collision records, that sort of information that would typically go into an intersection control study of this nature. And what we found, there were very few reported collisions over the last 5 years. That doesn't mean that there weren't incidents that weren't reported to the police, but based on the records that were available from the police service, there were 4 reported collisions over the past 5 years, and none of them fortunately involved a fatality. In terms of when we did a operational analysis of the intersection using standard methods and techniques, based on traffic counts that were conducted in early July of 2023, what we found is that overall, when you look at the intersection in its totality, it operates acceptably in terms of technical guidelines at the intersection. However, not surprisingly, the 2 side streets, or the 2 side street accesses to the intersection off of McNabb Street do not perform very well, simply because people have to wait a long time to be able to get out, given the volume of traffic. But when you look at the intersection in its totality, because the majority of traffic is on Railway Street or Highway 21, overall, the intersection operates acceptably from that perspective. As mentioned, when we did the counts, we determined, based on the provincial traffic signal warranting system, that the intersection didn't meet the warrant. However, it was extremely close in terms of when you look at parameters, it looks at the highest 8 hours of the day. And when we looked at the highest 8 hours of the day, we found that 6 of those 8 hours met the minimum thresholds, but there was only 2, we couldn't find 2 additional hours in the day where it met the minimum thresholds to meet the warrant. And then finally, some of the observations, both in terms of what we heard from the public and our evaluations, is that the absence of a controlled crossing of some form at the intersection does pose some safety concerns and delays for both pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. And there were a number of people through the consultation that expressed some significant reluctance to want to cross at that intersection, which is it's just definitely concerning, given the fact that the rail trail is on the west side of the road, and a number of the residents obviously are on the east side. So with this information, looking at both the existing and the future conditions, we then set about looking at different alternatives for the form of control at the intersection. So we looked at a roundabout, as that had been recommended in the Transportation Master Plan. We also looked at traffic signals, and we also looked at a pedestrian crossover to address specifically, it would only just address the pedestrian concerns of crossing the street, and as well, by extension, the cyclists would also be able to use that form, but it would do nothing per se for the vehicles at that location. Next slide, please. So when we contrast the signals versus the roundabouts, it's taking the pedestrian crossover out just for a second. When we looked at the relative advantages and disadvantages of a roundabout versus traffic signals, one of the early conclusions we came to is that over the life cycle of the asset, so if you're looking at traffic signals being there for 25 years or a roundabout being there for 25 years, At the end of the day, it's cheaper to have a roundabout because you don't pay ongoing costs for energy, for maintenance of lights, et cetera, et cetera. So from a life cycle cost perspective, a roundabout does present advantages. It also tends to help with things like lowering vehicle speeds, vehicle noise and fuel consumption, as well as you look at it statistically, from all of the research that has been done on roundabouts over the years, they do result in safer conditions statistically than a traditional signalized intersection. As well as there are things you can do with a roundabout because it would almost act as a gateway into Southampton from the south. So there are things you could do with a roundabout from a landscaping perspective. When you look at traffic signals, they are much cheaper to install up front than it is to construct a roundabout. They typically require less property than a roundabout, although that wasn't necessarily a challenge at this location, given the land that the municipality does own in the vicinity, given the fact that the rail trail is there. So that wasn't necessarily a concern. One thing that a signal does that a roundabout doesn't necessarily do at times is explicitly alternate right-of-way from one direction to the other. With a roundabout, vehicles and pedestrians and cyclists do have to work together to make their way through the roundabout. But that does tend to help slow speeds down, as well as it tends to actually produce a safer condition. But some people did, when we were out for the consultation, did express that as a concern about a roundabout versus traffic signals. And they tend to be more accessible to individuals with low vision, because they do usually have the push buttons and they have the features that enable that. It relates to the point above about expressly assigning right-of-way. The one thing that we did find is that regardless of which one you did, it wasn't more advantageous from a traffic operations perspective. They both produced the same results in terms of delay to vehicles. We did also put in a consideration of a pedestrian crossover. So this technique has become more and more popular in Ontario municipalities. There was a change to the Highway Traffic Act in 2017 that enabled this type of pedestrian crossover to be installed. So a number of municipalities are now using this technique to be able to provide a controlled crossing location for pedestrians that isn't a full traffic signal, as well as that it doesn't have the full cost of a traffic signal that goes along with it, but still does function fairly well in terms of being able to alternate the right-of-way from the vehicles on the main street to the pedestrians on the side street. So here are just a couple of examples of, sort of pictorially what it would look like, and then one in the field. Next slide, please. So basically what our assessment summary concluded was that when we look at the signals in the roundabout, they both score, when we did a sort of a comparison based on a series of different criteria, they both scored relatively similarly. And it was more favorable than doing nothing. So, that given the current condition, it would be beneficial to implement something, given the fact that there are concerns about side street access and pedestrian safety. When we looked at the comparison of the various other alternatives, so we looked also at the pedestrian crossover, it scored less favorably than the other two because it didn't address the vehicular movements from the side street. And we didn't think in the long term, it was going to solve all of the town's concerns at this location in the long term. So when you look at sort of on their totality, the roundabout does make more sense, as it would be preferred to traffic signals to a great extent based on the present value of the total cost, so the life cycle costs of operation. And that has a lot to do with the travel time savings and the safety benefits that go along with a roundabout. So the technical recommendations of the report, and I think it's important to note that this is the work that we completed as the consultants working on behalf of the town, and looking at it purely from a technical perspective, is that the town should continue to pursue opportunities to see a roundabout installed at the intersection, as it does remain as the preferred solution to traffic control signals. And if there is an extended period of time before the implementation of a roundabout can occur, then contemplate a pedestrian crossover at that location to address the pedestrian and cyclist concerns that were raised during the exercise. So it could be an interim solution until such time as the more permanent solution can be implemented. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that the Railway Street, Highway 21, and McNabb Street intersection control study report be received for information. Questions or comments from members? Start with the Deputy Mayor and then Grace.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate the public engagement that happened. I think people did feel that they had an opportunity to contribute, and it's good that you've picked up on some of it. I wanted to ask some specific questions about a type B pedestrian crossover. I don't think it's, well, I think people didn't respond in the positive towards it because they responded positively to signal lights, which would have given pedestrian crossover opportunities as well. So I wouldn't discount the low numbers as much as maybe I think it has been, just because it wasn't a high pickup. I think people, the traffic signals would have given them the same opportunity. But I did want to ask about the type B pedestrian crossover. In the images that you gave us, are there actual lights there, or is it just signs saying, please stop for pedestrians? Is there, I have a couple of questions, but would there be an actual light involved that, you know, you push a button like we have in a number of other locations in Saugeen Shores? Is that part of a type B setup?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask Madam Clerk to roll back the presentation if it's possible, and I'll point out the feature to you. Just with regards to the first question, or your first point about the relative numbers, that didn't really factor into our decision making, because we did recognize that we asked people to indicate their preferred, and there could have been, they could have also liked a roundabout if they picked traffic signals as their number one. So we weren't weighting anything from that perspective. It was just in terms of what people thought would be the best, or in their opinion was the best option. So just from that perspective. The next slide, please. One more, please. Okay. So in the installation, and I don't know how obvious it is from, I'll point to the one that the real picture on the right side. So you can see that, as you mentioned, there are signs. So there's signs both above the roadway and at the side of the roadway. And the sign at the side of the roadway, just above it, it isn't overly obvious, and it can kind of see it in the pictorial image. But there is a series of what's called rectangular rapid flashing beacons, or RRFBs. They're bright white lights that alternate, and it draws the driver's attention to the fact that somebody wishes to cross the road at that location. There are some municipalities that have supplemented the sign out above the roadway with RRFBs as well, but that's not the standard installation. So I projected for you what the standard installation based on Ontario Traffic Manual 15 is for a type B. And the nomenclature kind of gets, we get stuck up on this nomenclature, but basically the idea there's 4 different pedestrian crossover types. The first type really isn't used in the province anymore, but they keep it because the City of Toronto has a lot of installations that don't want to necessarily deem them to be non-compliant. But the 3 that are sort of now in place regularly are B, C, and D. So the difference between a B has the overhead signs. The C doesn't have an overhead sign, but still has the flashing beacon on the side of the road. And the D has no flashing beacon. It's just the pedestrian crossing sign on the side of the road.
Thank you. The reason why I asked was because the images do set out how it might work, but it's a very narrow road in that picture. The crossover for a pedestrian at this intersection would be at least 3 lanes, if not wider, when you take the shoulders into account. It's a fairly straightaway stretch coming in both directions for vehicles. It's not too far after a change from 80 down to 60 coming towards the north. And the other crosswalk situations that we have in Saugeen Shores generally are in areas where it's a 50-kilometer zone. This is a 60-kilometer zone. So my radar went up immediately about safety for people crossing and the distance that they would have to cross. I did want to request, and I can appreciate, and I'm sure others will have comments about traffic signals and roundabouts, but if we do have a significant amount of time as a delay, I would really appreciate if we got more information coming to council about the costing of a pedestrian situation, and along with it, a linkage of the sidewalk on the east side of the highway that links up with the sideway that's been built, which doesn't come all the way down to the highway. It's not an ideal solution, but it is a rather difficult stretch of highway to cross. So if we're not going to be able to effectively install traffic lights or a roundabout for a number of years, and I don't know what the ideal number would be, I think we really should be receiving some more information about pedestrian opportunities, which would also affect cyclists because they could get off their bikes and push a button and head across to there. And I think that that would be a welcome opportunity for people who live in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have Grace, then Halpin, then Davinsky. Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jean and Mark, for the presentation. I've got a sort of a follow-up question on the Deputy Mayor's question about the pedestrian crossover. In the recommendations, it says that consider the installation of a level 2 type B pedestrian crossover across the south leg of the subject intersection if the implementation of the roundabout is protracted for an extended period. So my first question is, does this mean it would be temporary? It wouldn't be a permanent feature of the roundabout?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, where it would be located would be within the footprint of the roundabout. So it would come out as a result of it being it would be temporary from the perspective that if you did build a roundabout, you'd have to remove it to build the roundabout.
Okay, so if the roundabout option is chosen, is there another way to provide a safe crossing for pedestrians and cyclists within that construction?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as part of the design of the roundabout, you would explore different ways of constructing the roundabout and the ancillary features like sidewalks and crossings to make it obviously as safe as possible for pedestrians. There is a design that does incorporate a pedestrian crossover into the roundabout. Typically, it's on like much wider and bigger roadways where they would use either just the signs or also the flashing beacons in some cases to help with pedestrian crossings, but it's typically not a common practice. It's simply because the aim of the roundabout design is to slow vehicles down and to have them face the pedestrians as the pedestrians are crossing the road. So the aim of the roundabout is to provide a safe pedestrian crossing in the absence of having to provide signals of any sort.
Okay, I've got two more questions. If the roundabout option was chosen, how much of Perkins Park would be used?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't be able to, I can't answer that question off the top of my head. I would say that there would be a portion of it would be because of the footprint, but it wasn't a substantive portion, as I recall, because of the nature of the right-of-way there and where the trail goes, that you wouldn't be into a situation where you're extending much beyond the current right-of-way of the roadway.
Okay, last question. And that is, there was a comment in the report under the technical analysis section talking about the growth rate that it was used to, that they used a growth rate of 0.5% per year to do an initial calculation, I think is what they're saying. But the town's most recent development charges background study, completed in May 2023, projects a population growth of 2.2% per year between 2024 and 2034, implying that the 0.5% factor could be conservative. And then with your comment tonight about the fact that for 6 to 8 of the hours per day that were used, the minimum threshold was met for the signals warrant. Well, I'm just wondering, for me, a pedestrian, cyclist, safe crossing is essential. And if we're that close to meeting the signal warrant, is it, I'm going to be asking if it's wise for us to be constructing a roundabout here. Just, if we, is it possible that it could be outdated in the relatively near future?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if I understand the question correctly, Councillor, the traffic analysis, the signal warrants, unfortunately, are a bar. And unless you get over the bar for all 8 hours, even if you're, close for 2 hours, my experience is the ministry isn't always receptive to being receptive to changing the traffic control at the intersection. And if you look out into the future, like you can look at future traffic volumes, but the bar goes up higher then. So the threshold for satisfying, if we were to look, say 5 years in the future, the threshold goes up just simply because there's an expectation that you need a factor, like it's hard to explain it, but it's sort of the ministry expects that, in the future, the numbers are going to go up. So they don't want to presuppose that that's what's going to happen. So they set the threshold of the warrant increases in the future. So we're sort of chasing a number that it gets bigger if you do, but when you get there, it would be the number that's today. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but basically there's a threshold number, and unless you exceed that threshold, you can be close, but no cigar, for lack of a better term. So it's doesn't suggest that something doesn't need to be done, because I think we've illustrated that it would be advisable, like there would be benefit of doing something at the intersection. It just doesn't satisfy that numerical threshold. So the question then becomes that if the ministry's policy is that the funding goes along with meeting that threshold, then the question then becomes, how does it get funded, is really where it comes into play.
Okay, so I have Halpin, then Davinsky, then the Vice Deputy Mayor. So Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. You said that we could get up to funding for this, but what are, just for the public, what are the rough costs of the 3 options that we have there for putting in the pedestrian crossing, the traffic lights, and the traffic circle? Thank you.
Through you. Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. The pedestrian crossover is the least expensive of the option, and it's probably in the order of $100,000 to $150,000 based on sort of a level 2 type B installation. Traffic signals are probably in the $300,000 to $400,000 range, depending on what needs to be done in terms of any roadway construction that would go along with it. And around about in the order of $1 million to $1.5 million, depending on what needs to be done in terms of ancillary work in the area. So, they do have a very different cost profile, but that's why you have to look at them on the basis of their life cycle. That's the fairest way to evaluate them, because they have different operating and maintenance costs.
Okay.
Okay, and through you, Mayor, second question. If we put the pedestrian crossing in, would the MTO provide any funding for that?
Through you,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. So it would be a 2-step process with the ministry. The first would be getting approval for the installation, because as Mark mentioned, it's a 2-step process. You have to gain their approval of the traffic control device. and then you would have to apply, in all likelihood, under the Connecting Links program. And to be perfectly frank, we're not 100% sure whether the ministry would consider an application for a pedestrian crossover favorably. So that's part of the reason why Mark was suggesting that we have, the town has a conversation with ministry staff to get a better sense as to whether that's something that would be considered favorably.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now I have Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks to Gina Mark for your presentation here. Many of my questions have already been answered, but to start off with, this council has always said safety is paramount when it comes to pedestrians, cyclists, motorists, and what have you. I don't see in my mind a roundabout being safe for pedestrians or cyclists. I do see them being safe with traffic signals. You've got the type B pedestrian crossover here, which I assume would be across Highway 21. And what happens when that happens? The cars, we hope, will stop, the vehicles will stop, and the pedestrians will cross. They will stop as long, probably even less than a traffic light, but still create the same result as a traffic light and guarantee the safety, as far as we can guarantee the safety of the pedestrians and cyclists that choose to cross over this. No one's, everybody's saying, well, we can't put in traffic lights. Well, we haven't talked about, are we talking about just a traffic light, red, yellow, or a green, yellow, red, and so on, and then it stops? Or are we talking about wait traffic lights, where if there's no traffic on McNabb, the light never changes, and Highway 21 continues on its merry way? If there's pedestrian traffic, cycling traffic, they press a button like we could do in many intersections here, and eventually it will turn over and they can cross. If a vehicle comes up to the cross section, as on Mary Street, they stop there, they know they have to wait, but eventually it will change in their favor. And that's Highway 21 as well, but it's Goderich Street, also have to wait. And to me, that is far more safer than going on a roundabout that never stops, unless you have these type B pedestrian crossovers, assuming they will be followed. Traffic signals was 43% in favor, roundabouts were 41%. And the report said, that's about the same. Well, it is about the same, but if that was a sporting event, traffic signals wins. And I have to look at that. I want to know if we can have those types of traffic signal crossings ever been considered. And if not, why not? But I suspect maybe, I mean, you people are professionals, you probably looked at this, but I still would like an answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I think those are very pertinent points to discuss in the context. So the types of, there's traffic signals, it would be to, like, for example, there are a few locations in the town with what's called an intersection pedestrian signal. So it's got, looks like a traffic light on the main roadway, but there's nothing on the side street. So when you come up, there's a detection of some form, whether it's a loop in the ground or it's overhead camera or microwave technology overhead, that detects when a vehicle arrives, cycles the traffic signal, allows the side street to come out, or in many cases, it's just actually only it's only activated by a pedestrian pushing it. So the person on the side street has to wait. They have a stop sign and they wait to proceed when it's okay. The threshold for installing those sorts of traffic signals is in essence the same as a full set of traffic signals at an intersection. So whether you're installing pedestrian signals or you're installing a full signals, it's basically the same set of thresholds, but they address different objectives. So if you're installing only intersection pedestrian signals, so the half signals, what some people call them, or you put them mid-block, does the same thing, just stops the main street, allows people to cross the road. It is cheaper. It is cheaper to install that. But the same thresholds have to be met. And the challenge that's experienced at McNabb and Railway is that there's not a lot of people cross the road there. And that's because people, as they told us at the public open house, they're concerned about doing that. So it's a bit of a catch-22. The warrant says you have to have so many people come across the street and they have to wait for so long to cross the street to satisfy the warrant. But if people aren't crossing the road there because they don't necessarily feel safe to cross the road, then you'll never meet the warrant. So it's a catch-22 in that sense, in terms of we looked at trying to satisfy the signal warrant to cross the street based on pedestrian volumes, but the volumes are so low because people are concerned about crossing at that location that you don't meet the minimum warrant. So if it was the town's desire to put in some sort of traffic control device that enabled pedestrians to cross the street, then intersection pedestrian signal is a very good tool from that perspective. It's probably has a lot more user acceptance or user knowledge than, say, the pedestrian crossovers do, because they're only came in like the last 7-8 years, and they're not sort of common in all parts of the province yet. But you still don't meet the threshold from the warranting perspective. But if it was the municipality's desire to install one, then you could pursue that with the ministry to see if they would contemplate giving approval, and then to figure out how to finance it would really be the thing.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, thank you, Gene. But what you're saying, if we are not meeting the threshold, even by pedestrians who are afraid to cross that street, chances are you're not going to get the type B pedestrian crossover either, at least with the blessing of the provincial government, unless you did more negotiation with them. But, you know, they live by the numbers. If you're here, fine. If you're not, you lose. And that's as simple as it is. Would they not more tend to use an area where there was a stoplight that activated only when it had to, and allow pedestrians to cross one way or the other along with cyclists? And if there are no cars and there are no cyclists, then Highway 21 can fill its boots. Just keep the traffic going north and south. That's where I'm leaning. And I think if that's the case, that we have to go back to the province. Would they, if we paid the shot, which you said was substantially cheaper than a roundabout, would the province allow us, do you think, to put up our stuff at our cost, the stoplights at our cost, or is it that threshold nemesis again?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the red, yellow, green lights are different than the flashing white lights. So the red, yellow, green lights, the numbers, the way you calculate the warrant is different than the way you calculate it with the flashing white lights. With the flashing white lights, the volume of pedestrians doesn't come into the calculation. So it's purely just from the perspective of how wide is the roadway. So it's actually the same questions actually the Councillor Grace had raised about the width of the roadway, the speed limit, as well as the volume of traffic on the main roadway. So you look at those three criteria, and this location would satisfy, based on those three criteria, the level 2 type B installation. So it meets the criteria. It's on a pedestrian desire path because there's a walkway, leads to a trail. So there's a lot of compelling arguments that would support the installation of the PXO based on the ministry's guidelines. It's a little more challenging to make the same argument for the red, yellow, green ones based on the ministry's guidelines. Hence why our report recommended consider that approach as opposed to a half signal, because it changes the calculus from the ministry's perspective. And to be frank, I can't offer you an opinion as to how the ministry may respond to that sort of argument. We have worked for some other municipalities in southwestern Ontario that have, we've done similar sorts of studies, and the circumstances would be different. Each location is unique, but the ministry has been favorable to granting the type B PXO. There are a number of communities, actually, as I made my way up here today, along some of the county roads that have PXO type Bs now that they're actually on, some of them are on provincial highways and some of them are on county roads. So it's becoming a little bit more common practice in this part of the province. But that wouldn't be a conversation. That would be a conversation, as Mark was mentioning, depending on the outcome of the grant application. It'd be good to sit down with the ministry and get a real sense as to, sort of what's in play and what the most appropriate way forward might be.
Okay,
Great advice. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Jean, the warrants, the 6 of 8 hours, so we're only 6 of 8 hours are met. The other 2 hours weren't. How do you measure, quantify the number? There's a lot of growth happening in southeast quadrant of Southampton. Some new plans of subdivision have been approved there. People are going to ultimately try and find a way across Highway 21 to get to the trail. I would assume that there are people now, this is an assumption, that people are avoiding that intersection, crossing over the trail because it's a dangerous intersection. So when you're doing the intersection study, how do you measure, you probably can't, how do you measure the numbers of people when you're doing that 8-hour study, the intersection study? How do you measure the number of people that didn't use that intersection, during that period of time because they rerouted to another intersection that seemed to be a little safer to them? So how accurate, I guess, is that measurement is my question. How do you measure that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The cold calculation of the warrant doesn't enable you to make those sorts of hypotheses about how many people would divert. It purely looks at the number that are using the intersection today and does the calculation on that basis. When I mentioned that 6 of 8 hours was met and the 2 that didn't meet, where it runs into challenge, it's not so much the traffic that's on Highway 21. You more than exceed the volume of traffic on Highway 21. It's the amount of traffic coming out of the side streets. And to your point, because people are not necessarily using this location today, based on what we heard through the public consultation, again, it's the catch-22 in the sense that if more people were using it, we're getting delayed there, and there was a traffic count that supported that, then the warrant would be met. But because people aren't doing it, the traffic volumes aren't there, and the warrant doesn't get met.
Right. So without funding, 6 out of the 8 hours warrants are met. 2 of the 8 hours are not. Funding would not be applicable. If without the warrants being met, no provincial funding, obviously. So, Councillor Davinsky asked this question: is that, doing nothing is not an option, in my view, too. It's just the intersection needs to be addressed. If we were to go it alone, is it fair to assume, and I just repeat what Councillor Davinsky said, but if we were to go it alone without provincial funding, only 6 of the 8 hours are met, would the province allow us to construct a roundabout or place traffic lights? I know it's repeating a bit, but I want to hear it again. Would they allow us to put traffic lights in there?
Through Mr. Mayor, that's not something I can answer in the sense that I not make that decision. It's the ministry's decision. But I do know that, many municipalities on their own roads do install unwarranted traffic signals because they believe it is in the community's benefit to be putting signals in place. So that would be a matter for conversation with the ministry as to, what their willingness to consider that is. Their general rule is no, but I think it would be a conversation to have with the ministry.
If the type B pedestrian crossover for $150,000 was constructed, if we in fact did go that route, this council supported that, so let's do that. What you're saying is we could get approval to construct that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I can't guarantee that that's the case. We have done work with other municipalities in the province where they've made application to the ministry, somewhat similar circumstances, not exactly the same, and have been granted approval. So again, it would be a conversation that town staff would have to have with ministry representatives.
Okay. Just finally, if the type B pedestrian crossover was constructed, was put in place, and 4, 5, 6 years from now, there's a roundabout placed in that intersection, would that type B pedestrian crossover remain, or would it have to be taken out and built into the actual roundabout? I think you touched on that earlier, but I just want to hear it again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where it would be placed today would be within the footprint of a future roundabout,
Okay.
so it would have to be removed. Whether it gets repurposed in another location or as part of the installation at the roundabout, it's not likely at the roundabout, but that would be part of the consideration for design in the future. And I think it's important, to clarify that, we've made the recommendation, as an interim measure of PXO, but again, it's the ministry's highway. The town hasn't had the opportunity to have the conversation yet. So I wouldn't want necessarily there to be an assumption that's sort of a done deal. There is a rationale, it meets the guidelines, but still subject to ministry approval.
Final question, with our population projections, with development charges, we're looking at 20,000 people by 2030, is the number I keep hearing. So that's could be 5, 6, 7 years away. So is it fair to assume that it would take potentially 5, 6, 7 years to meet those warrants with that additional traffic, particularly in the southeast corner of Southampton, which is going to be very built up over the next 5, 6, 7 years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So our report, we did an analysis that projected out into the future as to when the warrants may be met. And as I mentioned, I think it was to Councillor Grace, the warrant threshold changes based on current or existing year versus future year. So even though we project volumes to grow, we wouldn't be able to justify, they don't grow enough to exceed the higher threshold that's required for future consideration. Our analysis looked at the build out where the warrant calculation is a problem at this intersection is this traffic coming out of McNabb.
Okay.
So even though traffic on Highway 21 could grow exponentially, it's the traffic that comes out of McNabb that's just not a high enough volume. So even with the growth that's projected in Southampton, we looked at the growth projected in Southampton, as well as looking at sort of overall growth on the highway. Even with those, it doesn't meet the elevated warrant threshold for a future installation.
Okay.
So
thank you for that. And
we did note, sorry, Councillor, we did note between 5 and 10 years that's likely the horizon.
Okay. And again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging. I know I repeated a few questions, but I just want to be clear in my mind. I want to hear some of those answers again. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Councillor Stack.
Thank you. So I'm probably going to repeat questions I already asked, but so I just want to be clear though, notwithstanding the discussion that's been happening, you still think the recommended path forward is a single lane roundabout. As I note in your feedback, it's also most pedestrian safe out of the options presented.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that is of the options that we've considered. There are other sort of ways you can address an intersection, but most of them would be cost prohibitive, like interchange, grade separation, things like that just aren't appropriate under the circumstances. So it's not to suggest that we didn't contemplate more than these three options, but some of them just aren't pragmatic under the circumstances. But yes, a one-lane roundabout adequately conveys the traffic and would provide, gaps in the flow for pedestrians. And I do acknowledge that, as I mentioned in the presentation, that there are some benefits from a explicit right-of-way control with a traffic signal. can be perceived to be better for pedestrians. But basically the idea with the roundabout is vehicles are going so slow or going slow through the roundabout that pedestrians can get the eye of the driver and be able to go through based on the way in which it's designed.
I think, and thank you, so just a follow-up question and slash comment. So when I look at some of the advantages, you've also noted, I just want to repeat it, that there's some benefits in terms of, it looks like it reduces speeds overall. And in that particular stretch, you're going from an 80, 60, 50 pretty quickly. So I'd argue that would probably be better for pedestrians overall. And you've also noted something that I think merits just flagging, the emissions, noise, like that would be, as we build up on the east side of 21, presumably that reduction in speed and noise would probably be a greater benefit to the public than having a light, which people are able to speed through much quicker. So I would, presumably you're sort of indicating there's an overall greater safety for the whole community when there's a roundabout in that area.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the roundabout would act as, for lack of a better term, a bit of a traffic calming measure, because you would be able to landscape treatments, things like that would go along with it, that would have some traffic calming benefits. One of the disadvantages with a signal is if it's green, really doesn't, impede the driver going through. And in some instances, they may speed to try to avoid catching the red signal. So that's typically why one of the advantages of a roundabout is that you've always got to slow down to go through it. And given its location relatively to in the Southampton area, just viewed it as potentially a nice gateway feature into Southampton.
Yeah, compared to a streetlight, which is just going to be a pretty blunt force instrument.
Right.
And then I think this is to be honest, I don't know who to direct this question to. And I don't think it's to you, but have we done a similar study at the crossover on 21 for the rail trail crossing 21 in Port Elgin?
We'll
Sorry,
direct that to
that's a
the,
surprise question.
we'll direct that to the CAO to start anyway.
Thanks. I'm not one of the engineers in the room, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I did anticipate this question earlier today, so spoke to the director and acknowledged that it's a bit of a different situation because it's not within that connecting link piece, so it's entirely within the control of the MTO, that section of the highway.
Okay.
So we haven't done a similar study. We understand that the MTO has been doing studies of that area, and we're working through the staff to find the results of that studies and see what the outcome is being anticipated as.
Okay, thank you. And really, that was just a shameless way to rehash my feedback in the past, that if we're talking about pedestrian safety, I'm far more concerned with the corridor where we actually have people going from one side of a pathway across a highway to another where there's no traffic calming. And in fact, the speed's much faster and a much greater concern. So that was just a shameless way of reminding people of that issue. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll take one more from Councillor Grace, and then we'll have to move on. So Councillor Grace.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question that Councillor Stack's comment just brought to my mind. I know that in the report it said that the traffic signals are more accessible to persons with low vision. And when you were talking about, this safe movement over the roundabout would be partially dependent upon that pedestrian's ability to catch the eye of the motorist and, sort of maneuver their way across. I'm assuming there are no requirements like AODA type requirements for this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you would still need to comply with the integrated accessibility standard under the AODA. Where the challenge for individuals with low vision arises is that with a traffic signal installation, you sort of walk from the sidewalk into the crossing, cross the road and come out. Whereas with a roundabout, because it's round, you actually have to turn your path a bit to go around it. So it's not as intuitive entirely to an individual with low vision, although there's been some advances in terms of helping to guide individuals through the crossings of the roundabout. It still isn't quite as straightforward as a traffic signal would be in terms of coming from the sidewalk into the crossing onto the other side. So that's one of the, at least in my opinion, I was involved in helping to develop the guidelines for roundabouts in Canada. And that to me was always been one of the challenges with a roundabout, is that it doesn't, that's one of the challenges in terms of that. But there has been a lot of work done to try to make them more accessible for individuals with vision impairment.
Very good. Well, thanks very much, Jean, for your work on this, and to staff for the report. Obviously, as you can tell, this is an intersection of a great concern to council and the community. We hear a lot about McNabb and Railway and the need to do something there. And so I think this gives us a good basis on which to build. We've heard tonight from staff that we're going to be getting announcements on connecting links sometime in the coming weeks. And so we'll hear, at least initially, what the province's response to our plans to do something in this location are. And one way or the other, we will get a report back after that time with some direction forward. So we'll be able to give some direction as to whether or not we want to proceed along the route that's been recommended or a different route. One way or the other, we know that we need to both provide safe pedestrian access across the road there and improve traffic safety in that location. One great deal of concern that I hear, in addition to the pedestrian question, is as those subdivisions develop on the south end of Southampton, how does traffic get off McNabb Street onto Railway Street in a safe way? And I certainly can sympathize with that. That's an intersection I've turned at lots of times and had a great deal of difficulty at certain times of day making that turn. So we need to address those things. We'll figure out a way to do it with the advice of our staff and with the help of this report. So thank you very much. Okay, so now we're on to our second report, which is on the 2023 Port Elgin and Southampton Annual Sewage Treatment Plant. Oh, pardon me. I need to take a vote on the recommendation. All in favor of the recommendation? That's carried. Okay, now we're moving on to the second report, which is on the Port Elgin Southampton Annual Sewage Treatment Plant Collection System Performance Reports, and we'll turn that over to the Manager of Operations. Larry's a smart guy. He saw that needed to be turned on right off the bat. There he is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can leave it on or not, but everyone's been turning it off. So, so thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. For those that aren't aware, the Ontario Clean Water Agency is under contract with the town to operate the 2 wastewater and the collection systems. So with me tonight, I brought along Dan McLeod. Dan's the operating manager who manages the Saugeen Shore systems. So the 2023 sewage collection and system performance reports are created in part to satisfy ministry reporting requirements. Although this report has not typically been presented to council, staff felt important to begin bringing it forward for information purposes. Like the drinking water report presented last month, this report will be posted on the town's website and is also available in paper copy for any member of the public. What I'd like to highlight, and most notable from the report, is just the fact that there was no serious operating challenges. There was no bypasses or spills reported for the period. So that's significant, and that is an accomplishment. It's notable. So from that, I just thought if there's any questions that you would like to ask, our team is here. If I can't answer them, I'll turn them over to either one of the colleagues behind me.
Yeah, very good. So it is recommended the council receive the 2023 Port Elgin and Southampton Annual Sewage Treatment and Collection System Performance Reports for information. And I see Councillor Helpman has a question. Councillor Helpman.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. First of all, thanks for your report, and just want to mention again how glad I am I went on the facilities tours and how that makes us understand these reports in greater detail. So from the report, Port Elgin is operating at 45% capacity right now. And so that, so two-part question, or I have two questions. In Port Elgin, we have the one tank that isn't operating at full capacity yet. When that one comes back on, how much will that increase our capacity? That's my one question.
Sure, we'll get you an answer. The director.
Through your worship. The capacity is noted in the report as a calculated capacity where you take the average annual flow for the year and divide by the rated capacity of the plant as noted in the certificate of approval. It does not reflect actual operational challenges within the plant itself. So we would not report a different percent capacity if the operational challenges associated with that particular clarifier were addressed. It's just an operational challenge that we currently are undergoing.
Okay. Is there a plan to get that back up and operating again?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Yeah, so we're currently working on different methods to solve the flow through that actual clarifier. We've seen different challenges, both entering and discharging from that clarifier. So, yeah, we are working on getting that resolving, and we're working closely with town staff to resolve that.
Okay, thank you. And then one other quick question. Southampton is running at 70% capacity right now. How are we set for the predicted growth in Southampton?
So I'm in a position to be a little bit more elaborate in the answer with respect to the Southampton wastewater treatment plant. That's calculated based upon the current capacity of the plant. We're just finishing design upgrades, which will take the sewage plant capacity from 3,042 cubic meters a day to about 3,600, which is a little less than 20% of an increase. So that's an important project, namely because Southampton, as you noted, is 70% capacity. The concept of hydraulic reserve capacity is an instantaneous snapshot. So it's basically today's flows divided by today's capacity. But one has to also have regard to commitments made to subdivisions that are in draft plan approval stage. It's a planning concept called uncommitted hydraulic reserve capacity. The current upgrades are being undertaken specifically to leave room for Southampton to grow. And in our application for grant, which we just submitted to the province to help fund the upgrade to the Southampton wastewater treatment plant, we made note of the fact that Saugeen shores, both Southampton and Port Elgin, are growing substantially, and that this project is actually necessary to enable future growth in housing. So consequently, while right now our snapshot is good, we do need to do that upgrade in order to make sure we're set for the future.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So I got Councillor Grace next, then I'll get Mayette and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everybody. Just one question. When we toured the Port Elgin plant last, I don't know, it was last fall or spring, summer, whatever, there was an issue with odor in one section. It was like a building that was sort of off by itself. Has that been fixed?
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. So currently we have a project underway. We're in the design stages of a new odor control system. That is a project that was identified in our business plan, and we are actively working on that as we speak. We're in the initial stages of design.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Appendix D, the sludge. I see you take it out in trailers full of 44 cubic meters at a time to sites described as 29,193 and 27,243. I suppose you can't identify the exact locations, but is it spread locally? I know once or twice a year I get, or at least once a year, I get the pleasure of having the fields painted black around my house. And I presume it's coming from the pig barn, but you never know. It's all smells bad.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so they are spread locally. They're done through an approved NASM plan. It's a Nutrient Management Act plan that our sludge haulers actually need to complete and pull that off site. And to your point about the black layer on the surface, our sludge haulage, they do a drag line, so they actually inject the sludge into the ground to avoid that sort of thing and minimize the odor that may arise.
But it is used on agricultural fields that are producing food for human consumption.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's rules around that. Essentially, there cannot be used for any product used for human consumption for at least 2 years prior to application. So typically hay fields.
Hay fields. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, bad news, Dave. It's not the stuff going around your house. The deputy mayor.
Thank you. And through you, Appendix E includes comments and questions from citizens. It doesn't appear as though there were any that came in for Port Algon because Appendix E is empty, but the Southampton plant or the Southampton report has, I believe, 6, and 5 of them were north of the river and 1 was, I believe, on Edward Street. I appreciate that you provided us with some worksheets that showed how someone went out and, you know, for lack of a better word, sniffed or did something. And sometimes there's a comment about some work that happened that I would assume was related to that. Can I just ask, when residents provide those requests, that the report doesn't suggest that those residents were contacted afterwards with a comment about what had happened and what was being attempted to alleviate the problem. Is that part of the way that you respond to questions and complaints from residents? Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. So typically the complaints for odor for our wastewater systems, they typically don't leave us with names and contact information. They typically make a complaint that, oh, it stinks, and we need to respond. So we go out there. You know, typically we will ask for name and information. Quite frequently, they don't give us their contact information. Sometimes they do, and they would like follow-up. So if they were willing to provide it, we're happy to provide follow-up. Anything that we've done or are continuing to do, happy to oblige to that. But typically, we don't have that engagement.
And just as a follow-up, in some of the 6 examples for Southampton, there was a comment about something specific happening, like something being dredged or dug or something being opened. Did any of those, are there any comments that you could make about the success of any of those activities? In a future report, that would be an interesting add-on that would just say that, you know, this worked.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so we're doing a number of things over there to try to address any of the complaints that do come in. One of which being just manhole covers. They're actually rain catchers that go underneath a manhole, a lid. So they actually eliminate really any kind of odor from coming up through the manhole covers themselves. That's a temporary solution, and we are working on a long-term solution over there. There's still quite a bit that needs to be done on that because it's not that simple, but so far, since we've put those all in, I don't believe we've had any additional complaints come in.
Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, my question really is about Port Algon in the plant there. Over time, I've received a fair number of comments, complaints from Eastwood Drive, Arlington Street, you know, the section I'm talking about in Port Algon, right by the plant. A lot of that probably do with the winds, and and do you receive many complaints from that section of town? Because I have. I'm just wondering, I direct them to you. I'm just wondering if they're passing on their complaints to you, but has that all got to do with that order program, like your study or, you know, that fix you're talking about, and what's happening when that happens?
Yeah, so thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Specifically that area, some of those calls do get fielded by town staff as well. And specifically that area, we typically have the odor actually coming from a neighboring farm.
Oh,
It is not wastewater from our facility.
oh,
The odor is very different when those complaints have come in. And
didn't know that.
that really changes kind of the conversation around that. So
That's been proven.
yeah, so with our facility, as was mentioned, we are working on the specific odor complaint
Right.
or issue, I suppose, with the Headworks building.
Okay.
But they're typically not actually noticed outside of.
Thanks for that explanation. I heard that before, so thank you.
Okay. Further questions or comments? Well, thank you guys very much for this report, and thank you to Aqua for your work at both of these plants. You do excellent work, and I think it really is. It was worth repeating what Larry pointed out at the beginning, that we had an excellent record this year in terms of the performance of those plants, and I know the community appreciates that. And actually, interestingly, just to follow up on the comments that were just made about complaints, according to the report on the Port Elgin plant, Aqua received 0 community complaints during this reporting period on that Port Elgin plant, which I think is not something that would have been the case in previous years, because I, like the vice deputy mayor, have heard concerns over the years about that plant. So I think that I'm going to suggest it says something about how you guys are operating that plant. And I know that staff and Aqua have done a lot of work over the years to try to fix whatever we can fix to make sure that folks aren't experiencing any negative impacts from the Port Elgin plant in particular. So yeah, just great work. Thank you for the report. And it's also worth noting, as we talk about that usage rate in Southampton at 70%, we have plants that are working well. They have adequate capacity today, and the municipality has plans to expand that capacity, particularly in Southampton, so that we do not run out of sewage treatment capacity in the town of Southampton. So anybody who's listening or paying attention to these discussions should rest assured that we're going to continue to have adequate sewage treatment capacity in Southampton and across the community. So with that, well, let me get to the resolution here first. So there is a resolution or recommendation that council, I read the recommendation already, so I guess I'll ask all in favor. That's carried, and we've had a request for a 5-minute break. So why don't we take a pause and we'll reconvene at 8:45. thing back to order, please. All right, we'll just wait till the live stream's back. Are we good to go now, Sarah? Yes, okay. So we'll reconvene committee of the whole now, and we're on to the third report here, which is proposed new firearm bylaw. And we'll turn that over to the manager of building, Josh Plantz. Josh. It is not on. Find the switch there.
You hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you,
Over
Mr. Mayor. I'm here tonight to present a report regarding a proposed new firearm bylaw. The current bylaw dates back to 2002, and it has failed to reflect the town's growth. And this has left pockets of settled areas that are not governed by the firearm bylaw. So we are presenting a new bylaw with a new proposed boundary, which is the official plan settlement boundary. And the map is attached to the report. With the proposed changes, the staff took the opportunity to update the reference to the municipal act and clean up the wording. So the basic structure of the bylaw is the same as the old one, but it's just updated wording and updated clauses. So the report is included in the draft bylaw is included in the report. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council adopt an updated bylaw to prohibit and regulate the discharge of any guns or other firearms within the settlement boundary of the town of Saugeen Shores. Questions or comments? Start with the deputy mayor and we'll work our way down.
Thank you. And through you, can I ask you, Josh, I know that you have some plans or it's part of the business plan to do some education in the community related to bylaw content. If this bylaw gets passed, how will education and publicity be provided that will have meaning within the community? Because first of all, a lot of people don't know what the settlement boundary line really delineates. But then second of all, the actual content of the bylaw. So do you have a plan for once it's approved and implemented, how you would do that education and publicity? And I have a second follow-up too.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, through social media, we've been trying to educate through our social media network. So we could create a post with the map of the actual settlement area and kind of put it a bit more in layman's terms, the bylaw, and put something out for the public that way.
Well, I think that will be good because again, a lot of people don't realize what the actual settlement boundary is, and it means something in a lot of different municipal bylaws and just municipal actions. I wanted to ask though about enforcement. We're talking about guns here, and guns are dangerous in many instances. And certainly, what would be your expectation in terms of should an incident occur? How could somebody and who should they report it to? Because there's not a lot of messing around with guns, and we've all seen reports over the last couple of years about situations in town that have involved guns. The police have been involved, and cars being stopped and guns being in the trunk and that sort of thing. What would be your expectation in terms of how people would be able to react should they think that there's been an infraction? And what would you consider successful enforcement of this bylaw, and by whom? Thank you.
Anything criminally or dangerous, I would recommend the police are involved. The more of the nuisance, the air guns and the bow and arrows, then bylaw can deal with that. So.
Okay. So who was next down the way? Yeah, we got Davinsky and then Mayette. I think I saw Stack as well. Yep, Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Josh. Josh, thank you for the report. A question, if you go to the despite section, if you will, number 7, I don't know if that can come up on the screen. I'll read it anyway. An exemption shall be allowed to provide for the discharge of any gun or bow and arrow used for the destruction of diseased, nuisance, or sick animals, or for the slaughter of animals for food, etc. I'm trying to get a definition of nuisance. I assume it has to do with coyotes, wolves, that sort of thing. But a dog that's always barking is a nuisance, but I wouldn't want anybody getting out their gun and shooting it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think the intention is to get to shoot a dog, or it is for a nuisance. I think it's a common clause in these firearm bylaws. I could dig into the definition a bit farther. It's not defined in the bylaw, but I could get you an answer.
I just wonder if there should be a definition in there for our local bylaw, because some people who don't like the neighbor's dog or whatever, they sort of got an out here.
Maybe the CAO can clarify.
Okay?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just the end of that section 7, and Josh just doesn't have it in front of him. So just to help him there, it does note that it's for lands designated in agricultural areas in the official plan. So it wouldn't be in the town proper.
It would be in areas that are in the settlement area, but zoned agriculture, right? Officially designated agriculture in the official plan. Anyway, we can clarify that, but you can understand the point is that if your neighbor's dog, if you're in an area that isn't agricultural and your neighbor's dog is bothering you, that
Sure.
exemption doesn't apply to you. It's only if you have a farm.
And I agree with that, but I still think that it should be defined within this bylaw, or at least looked at.
Yep, understood.
Thank you.
Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. What I'm seeing here is you're expanding the shaded area on the map to encompass essentially Lamont Sports Park and the new industrial lands, employment lands, with a few other exceptions. It seems to be that's the major change to this. Is that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Also, there was settlement area in like Pegasus Trail was not included. The Summerside subdivision, a lot of that was not included in the old mapping. So really, that was where it was flagged, and then we decided to bring in the whole settlement area of the official plan to anchor it. So yeah.
Right. It's kind of like I'm outside of the shaded area, and certainly discharge of firearms is allowed where I live. But it's too bad because there's, as is evidenced by the pictures we saw in the presentation about the bylaw and dogs earlier, 2 of the pictures were pictures of coyotes, and coyotes are becoming more and more emboldened and more prevalent in our settled areas. And there was recent correspondence, I believe most of us got from a concerned citizen who lost their dog recently to a coyote attack. And maybe that's, potentially when you talk about those areas between the official settlement areas, if there's a coyote attack, I think a person needs to do what they need to do to defend themselves or their property. So I believe that having those despites in there is a good thing to have. And other than that, I think that the expansion to those areas that I mentioned earlier is totally appropriate. We don't want people hunting on Lamont Sports Park. Thanks.
Councillor Stack.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and I'll just provide some context. So I had a constituent reach out last year about the discharge of a firearm in which it was shot across the street and scared her in the morning, and the dead bird fell basically on her lap. And the response from the folks who she contacted wasn't great. So I just wanted to confirm, is concession 33, it looks like it is concession 33 covered in the settlement boundary? I just can't, I'm terrible at reading these, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Josh.
I could look into it and get back to you. It is on GIS, so we could get a better map and send it to you. They tried to make it basic so it could fit into the zone, into the bylaw, but I can get you a clear.
I think it's the B line is the one I'm thinking of. Maybe I'm wrong. The one near.
You mean County Road
Sorry,
33?
County Road 33. Sorry.
Yeah, so if you look at the map, you can see there that it is on the west side of County Road 33 is within the settlement area and covered by this bylaw. On the east side,
Because
it is not.
Okay, because it's zoned agricultural and
It's outside the settlement area.
Okay, and then this is more of an interpretation question. So when we say that despite you will permit shooting on an, I'll just use agriculture outside of the boundary. Does that mean there's a permit that's required, or just by virtue of being on agricultural lands, you're permitted to discharge a firearm?
We do not have any permits to the municipality.
So, no, I understand that, but is the bylaw saying that we're allowing it full stop if it's on agricultural land, or do they have to demonstrate that they have a hunting license or something? 'Cause I just find it, and I know, like, in case it's not obvious, I wasn't born rural. But I find it a bit disconcerting that people can use a firearm across the street from a settlement boundary, frankly. So I'm just curious if the intention is to say, look, whether you have a hunting license or not, if you're discharging a firearm to kill an animal on your lands,
The municipality doesn't regulate outside of that, but federally they have to still apply to to all the hunting license in your gun.
So, okay, so someone, maybe this is maybe not a fair question. I'm just trying to understand. So if someone's on agricultural land and they discharge a firearm, that's like, is it permitted subject to them compliant, like provided? So if someone says, hey, someone was shooting a gun off on a farm, can you go check it out? Are we going to check it out? Or are we just saying it's on a farm, so there's no breach of the
Our
bylaw?
bylaw does not extend to that. We won't look into it, so no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there further questions or comments? I don't see any. I guess just one question, Josh. Do the regulations in this bylaw extend to paintball guns?
Yeah, I believe they fall under the air gun definition. So I did look up the air gun definition, and it falls under that.
Okay, good enough. Okay, so thanks for your work on this. You've heard the recommendation. I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Thank you. All right, so now we're on to the fourth item, which is on the Southwest Ontario Isotope Coalition membership and the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the last couple of months, both myself and the mayor have been attending the Southwest Ontario Isotope Coalition partnership meetings. This is a new group that's come together since October 2023 with representatives from Bruce, Grey, and Huron counties. It was initiated by the City of Owen Sound, the Canadian Nuclear Isotope Council, and the Nuclear Innovation Institute. What this report is looking for is council's endorsement of the town of Saugeen Shores becoming a member as a regional collaborative partner in the Southwest Ontario Isotope Coalition. And I attached to the report the terms of reference that have been developed as of March of this year. And also looking for council to refer the request to striking committee to recommend the town's appointments to the Southwest Ontario Isotope Coalition. They are seeking one political and one staff appointment from each of the regional partners. And I'm happy to take any questions.
So it's recommended that council endorse the town of Saugeen Shores membership as a regional collaborative partner in the Southwest Ontario Isotope Coalition, and the council refer the request to striking committee to recommend the town's appointments to the SOIC. Questions or comments, the deputy mayor?
Thank you, and through you. I know the last comment in your report says that there's no costs or revenues associated with this report. So there is no cost to participate?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's no cost, just staff time and the representative's time.
Okay, and my second question is, I think there's been some changes to the terms of reference. I believe the first time many of us would have read this, it did appear as though the four entities that created the Isotope Coalition had set themselves up to always be in control. Is it fair in me understanding when I read this, the terms of reference that you've given us, that there is now the potential for all of the participants to, in fact, vote for co-chairs in 2025, and then after that, it's an annual process. So there isn't always going to be necessarily the same four involved. Is that, it does look different than the first time I saw this.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We haven't had the terms of reference to this table before, but it did come before the County of Bruce. And at that time, there were some recommended changes to the terms of reference that the founding members have evaluated and updated the terms of reference. So you are correct. that the co-chairs will be reevaluated on a consensus basis by the steering committee. And as a regional collaborative partner, we would be part of that steering committee, and it would be reevaluated annually for the co-chairs.
I guess it was lucky I went to the county council meeting on your behalf for that one, Luke. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Further questions or comments? I don't see any. Yeah, I think there was some really good dialogue between the county and the other partners on that subject. And I think we really now do have a pretty robust terms of reference for this organization. And I think it's going to set us up well. There's tremendous opportunities in this front, both for the town of Saugeen Shores and for our entire region, and particularly the opportunity to onshore the manufacturing of radiopharmaceuticals, which are currently, although the isotopes are produced in large measure here in Bruce County at Bruce Power, the radiopharmaceuticals themselves are manufactured offshore, either in the United States or in Germany, and there's no good reason for that. We should have that happening in Canada, in Ontario, in Bruce County. So we should be part of this collaboration to push for that, because it's a huge opportunity for us to both have economic development in our community and also to play a part in making life better for people all around the world. So this is a great partnership. And I would also say to members, if you pass this tonight, the striking committee will be considering appointments to this. I am currently serving there, but that's not to say I have to. So if you are interested in this appointment or in serving as our representative on the Isotope Coalition, we'd certainly welcome your interest. So go ahead and express that as soon as you can. So with that, you've heard the recommendation. I'll ask all in favor. Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so 8.3 there is just a report from me, really, for your information, about a presentation that I made to Probus, just so you know what I said to them. And 8.4 is communications and petitions for the committee of the whole. There are 13 items on that list. Anybody wish to speak to any of those? The Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Grace.
I just want to thank you. Number one, I want to thank you for making our case for fiber optics to be part of our community's future. It was disappointing to read some of the content of your letter, but very reassuring that you're saying, hey, don't overlook us. We're pretty important in Ontario. Thank you very much for that, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about number 8, the Auditor General's audit of Public Health Ontario recommendations on private drinking water testing. And the general tone of this or message here indicates that the province is moving in a direction of gradually discontinuing free private drinking water testing. And I'm just wondering, because this missive indicates that about 35% of our population, of our regional population, don't receive water from municipal systems. So I'm wondering what the position of the Grey Bruce Health Unit is on this.
Well, I could, I'm the vice chair of the health unit. I'm not sure I can give you a specific position. What I can say is it is a position of the Board of Health, and that drinking water testing is critical. And as you saw, and we had our issue last year, and with the help of Dr. Era and the Board of Health, we got private testing reestablished so that it's collected actually in the Plex right now. And that was, so you can get a sense from that of how important the health unit sees drinking water testing. It's critical. And I would say, just speaking personally, although I can't imagine any member of the Board of Health would disagree, having free private well water testing is also critical. And everybody in Saugeen Township who is on a private well should have access to free water testing, just like everybody else on a private well. So I am a little troubled by the angle of this letter against private testing in private testing facilities. They sort of position the opinion of Justice O'Connor as part of the Walkerton inquiry that the fact that A&L Laboratories was doing the test was a problem, which is not really accurate. The problem was that A&L Laboratories, when they had private laboratories start doing the testing, they didn't also include a step where they would have to report to the Minister of the Environment any negative tests. And that was a failure. But the failure wasn't that somehow the private lab was inept. So what my concern is less that it's where it's done, what lab it's done in, but I am concerned that it should be free wherever it's done. So I would encourage council to support free private well water testing, and that should continue indefinitely in the province of Ontario. We could, if somebody wished to, I don't know about supporting this letter, but if somebody wished to bring a resolution back to along those lines, I would be eager to support it. Councillor Grace,
I can work on that.
that would be appreciated. Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further on that point, and I appreciate all the work that was done to bring the free well water testing program back, and the drop-off point being here in Saugeen Shores once again. But lots of agencies use private labs to do their testing. In fact, Aqua uses SGS laboratories in Lakefield to do their water testing because we, the Lake Huron Fishing Club, do monthly water samples, and we use the same lab. And we get Aqua helps us by shipping those with their samples. So there's lots of private labs out there. It's just, as you pointed out, the standard operating procedure didn't include what to do when the parameters were out of spec.
Anyway, it sounds like Councillor Grace is going to work on that, and that's much appreciated. Is there any other comments on any of these other items? Councillor
I could
Grace, and
just
then
say
back to the.
I'll be asking Councillor Mayette for some advice.
Okay,
Thanks.
very good. The deputy mayor, or the vice? Sorry, I'll get the vice deputy mayor first, and the deputy mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just, it's number 2. And, you know, us being turned down with their, I don't know, it was a $13 million application, I think, for the wellness center. And, you know, for me, it's just really frustrating that we continue to make application to the provincial federal government, both levels, for funding for recreation infrastructure. And I can't remember the last time Saugeen Shores ever received a recreation infrastructure grant. We maybe received small one for trails and other small projects, but certainly not a big project. It just gets tiring in my, we're doing a great job with average household income. I think in the top 25 percentile, and I think we're in the bottom third for average household assessment or taxation. And I think we get penalized for doing a good job, and we were turned down again. And I think I don't know what the investment is through the CAO, but I think we invested $60,000, I think, in funding for, a recruiter of funding. Although I think they get a percentage if the funding is successful. I think it was another 60,000 we spent on something for researching grants and lobbying and so on and so forth. I don't know whether there's been any action there or not. I'd like to know if we're getting any return on that $60,000. So perhaps that update could be brought to council sometime. But the minister, the Honorable Kinga Surma, Minister of Infrastructure, commented that Ontario recognizes that building and upgrading community infrastructure is vital to supporting a growing population, health and well-being, and keep people out of hospitals. But they don't necessarily want to come forward and provide funding for a wellness center. And let's try and keep people out of hospitals and keep them healthy. And that's what we're doing in this community. And we can't get funding. We can't get $1 million for a wellness center, a $50 million project. And what they're saying is, well, send letters to the federal government. That they're the ones you got to get to. We all encourage all municipalities to call on the federal government to request more infrastructure funding. So I guess my motion tonight, if I can, if a recommendation put forward, is to send that letter off to the federal government, if that's appropriate. That's what Minister Surma is asking us to do, is to lobby the federal government, Ben Lobb, or a member of federal parliament, federal government, or MP, and send a letter off saying, need your help. And I mean, that's what he's asking us to do. And I think that we, all municipalities in all 440 should be doing that we need more infrastructure money for recreation infrastructure. So I just, I can't remember the last time we received a recreation infrastructure grant, and we get penalized. It's not fair.
So I know, and the CAO is going to bring us an update at a future meeting on a lot of that stuff you've mentioned, but maybe she can just give you a brief outline of what we have been doing to this point.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. you raised a few things, so I'll do my best to just cover them off here. But the delegation that we made to the Ontario Ministry of Infrastructure was not in response to a grant application. It was with the province. It was in response to our grant application at the federal level, asking the province if they had any connections that they could help lever in order to respond to our application for the Green and Inclusive Community Build Fund. At the same time, we did articulate exactly what you're saying, which is that we needed a funding source for recreational infrastructure. I would offer that Minister Surma heard us very loud and clear, and through the budget that was approved in March, they have approved, and I apologize, I don't know the funding amount. They have approved a recreational funding stream at the Ontario level that is going to launch in summer of this year. We have employed, you are correct, we have employed two pieces. One is grant match, which is helping us write all these grant applications. We heard the one through operations earlier for the Housing Enabling Water and Wastewater Systems Fund, which we just submitted on Friday. So we've been using grant match to help us do that. And they do get paid based on a successful grant application. And then we do have Wellington DuPont employed right now, which is a government relations firm, which is helping us, I would offer, navigate the back channels on these grant applications. And so the mayor is correct. I am planning to bring an update report to council in May. I would offer that in absence of having Wellington DuPont working for us, we would not even be as far as we are in having the conversations that we're having. And I feel that Saugeen Shores has positioned itself very well with Minister Surma's office to put forward an application in this new funding stream in July.
Okay, so I'll get to Davinsky and then I'll come back to the deputy mayor. I know I will try and get to people who haven't spoken yet. The deputy mayor, or pardon me, Councilor Davinsky.
Yeah. In regards to the same subject, I think that I look forward to the report from the CAO and what we're doing. I'm wondering if we can bring Ben Lobb into this. You know, we did that with Lisa Thompson provincially. Why can't we have a luncheon meeting that's cooperative to all of us and bring Ben Lobb in and say, here's the situation. You've got some back channels yourself, even though you're in the opposition. Help us out.
Yeah, and I would just note that we did meet with Ben Lobb at CNA and have been in touch with him on this specific issue, but also the manager of strategic initiatives is here, and I know she's heard that comment, and that's something she's working on, is getting us an opportunity to have him here and have members of council speak directly to him beyond just myself, and convey that and any other messages you may have for our federal member of parliament. So
great, thank you.
Working on that. The deputy mayor.
Thank you. I can assure you, he sat beside me at the firefighter award ceremony. He heard about how much it would be appreciated if he would help us out on a number of things. I have two that I feel are maybe worthy of our support, and then a question about a third one. One is it's number 9 on the list, funding for the 2024 Municipal Equipment Operator course. And it's from the Township of Greater Madawaska. Perhaps a comment from the Director of Public Works as to the merit of supporting this. It basically is encouraging the work of the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors to develop a municipal equipment operator course, and to have that course funded fully through the Skills Development Fund of the Ontario Ministry of Labour. Training, Immigration and Skilled Trades. That's a long title for a ministry. It's setting out that, you know, there would be an opportunity to encourage participation in this kind of occupation. I think there's some merit always too when people who have the potential to work for different municipalities train together, whether it's virtual or in person. So I would welcome a comment from the Director of Public Works as to the merit of support. I don't know if we have an issue here or if it would be of benefit to have a provincially funded training opportunity either for new recruits or just to encourage recruits. And then the second one, just before you answer, relates to number 13, which is about rides sharing services. There has been a number of social media posts about the potential for ride sharing to come to Saugeen Shores, and I'm not too sure who would be the correct channel in terms of licensing. I'm pretty sure we don't have a licensing situation. That basically, that one is asking for the province to step in and come up with the regulatory framework for that. And in our case, a ride sharing service would go beyond very quickly our boundary because, you know, a lot of people from here need to get to Owen Sound for appointments and that sort of thing. And so that would take them out of Saugeen Shores. And so I think there's some merit there too. So those two, I was just looking for some advice or comment on whether or not there would be a good reason for us to support those.
So I'll turn it over to the Director of Operations for the first one, and I will speak to the second one, Director of Operations.
Thank you, and through your worship. I did actually have a chance to speak to the manager of public works on that resolution. And essentially that resolution is asking the Good Roads Association to put together a more hands-on course about equipment operation in general for equipment operators. And that would be a good idea. The Good Roads Association tends to run road superintendent course, not as hands-on. And the general gist of that ask is something that we concur with, if I could be brief.
I would make a motion to support that then and include that a copy go to the Minister of Labor, Training, Immigration and Skilled Trades, our MPP Lisa Thompson, the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors, and I don't know if I'd include all Ontario municipalities, but definitely Bruce County municipalities.
Was there a seconder for the resolution? Seconded by Councillor Davinsky. So that is to support the resolution from the Township of Greater Madawaska. Any comments to that, Councillor Grace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just nitpicking here, but if we, in order to support this, can we change the word exasperated in the third whereas clause to exacerbated? Thank you.
Yes, I think that we can and ought to. Any other comments before we vote on that one? I don't see any, so all in favor of that? That's carried. And on the second point, on the item number 13, the correspondence from the municipality of Brighton, I had asked that one to be included on this agenda, and it comes out of conversations. I had a conversation a few weeks ago with Uber, and they drew my attention to this resolution, and we actually had one that was on our agenda a few weeks ago, which we did not take up. But I've heard pretty clearly from the larger ride-sharing companies, at least one of them, that the patchwork of regulations in rural areas is a problem for them when it comes to expanding into rural areas. So from their standpoint, they look at rural Ontario and see a lot of small communities with a whole bunch of different regulations, a whole bunch of different bylaws. And they say that that's a challenge for them. So that's why they are supportive of this concept of having the province of Ontario regulate taxis and rideshare, I should say. And I think so. I would say to you and recommend to you that this is a good thing for us to support. If it were to happen, it could open the door to rideshare services like Uber coming into our communities. Also, though, I would ask staff to, I would ask council to ask staff to come back to us with more information on how our own regulations are impacting some of those smaller rideshare startups that are happening in our community. The deputy mayor rightly pointed out. I believe those regulations do have an impact on those ride-sharing services. We should understand what those are. I know council is hearing a lot from the community about wanting to support rideshare. I think probably council's eager to support rideshare. But I don't think we have a strong understanding of how our taxi bylaw is impacting rideshare, and it is. So those two things I would ask council to move to support the resolution from the municipality of Brighton and ask staff to report back on the impact of Saugeen Shores regulations on rideshare. Anybody want to move that for me? Moved by the Councillor Davinsky, seconded by Councillor Grace. Any discussion about that? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. The deputy mayor.
And my third one was really for clarification. Number 11, which is from the City of Cambridge Highway Traffic Act amendments. The date on it is May 2023. Is that just indicative of the length of time it's taken to flow to us, or it just seemed to be a little bit, yeah, it's May 10th, 2023. It's number 11 on the list. I seem to recall us seeing something like this not that long ago, but the date just kind of threw me a little bit. Is it?
I'd have to ask the clerk. I don't know. Is there any?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. I can't speak to this specifically as to why the date is that dated. I would need to do some further looking into that with the City of Cambridge.
Thank you.
The other one that's worth raising briefly is the letter from the municipality of Tweed with regard to the Enbridge Gas Incorporated resolution. I know this was discussed at council several weeks ago. In fact, I wasn't present, but I know the Vice Deputy Mayor spoke to it. This is a matter that should be of great concern to us. The decision by the OEB on the Enbridge Gas rebasing application essentially reduced the amount of time that Enbridge Gas or Enbridge in particular can amortize its expenses from 40 years to 0. So in other words, when going forward, starting in 2025, if nothing happens with this, any new connection to gas would have to pay the full connection cost up front rather than paying it off over the period of over 40 years. So in the case, I was talking to EPCOR the other day, in the case of their project in South Bruce, that would mean an additional $6,500 up front for somebody connecting to gas, which is just increasing the price of a home by $6,500. So it's a problem. I would note that the province of Ontario is currently considering Bill 165, which would override the OEB's decision on this front, and it's making its way through the legislature. I would anticipate, since it's a government bill, that it will pass. So I'm not sure any action is required by council at this point, but I would suggest we monitor this one, the progress on that carefully. When we talk about the price of housing, this is a significant item on the price of housing, and whatever one might think of natural gas, people want natural gas in their houses, and it's an important thing for people in terms of affordable heat for their homes. And so I think we want to make sure that they don't have to bear a very high burden to connect to it. So one to watch, I would say, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I did raise it back in February, and the cost I had given was $4,500 per household. You're saying 6,500, so it's worse than what I had anticipated, but it's a 150-page report, that new bill, and it's long and detailed. But you don't think it's worth our while to support Tweed's recommendation and send off to their circulation is about 8 deep? You don't think there's any value in doing that?
I wouldn't say there's no value in doing it. If council wants to do that, you certainly.
I just think it's important to support Tweed.
I would note you weren't wrong in your $4,000 number. That's the number that's Enbridge's number. That includes a whole bunch of urban connections. EPCOR's number in South Bruce is actually 6,500, much more expensive to connect a rural connection than an urban one.
I mean, I would make that a recommendation to support Tweed's recommendation, because I think it's that important. We need to let the province know this is a serious issue.
So moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, support the resolution from the municipality of Tweed. Is there a seconder? The Deputy Mayor. Any further discussion on this item? The Deputy Mayor.
I agree with the Vice Deputy Mayor. I was going to say, at the very least, we should make sure Lisa Thompson knows that this is important for us too. But I would support what the Deputy or the Vice Deputy Mayor has just said.
So moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, second by the Deputy Mayor, that we support the resolution for the municipality of Tweed and that we circulate to the MPP, Lisa Thompson. Okay, if there's nothing further, then I'll ask all in favor of that. That's carried. Anything else on any of these? Councillor Davinsky.
Number 10, Township of Amaranth. I don't know where this would go, but it says, whereas all Ontario municipalities have these budget deficit pressures and so on, we're not allowed to be in a deficit. And then they refer to the city of Toronto getting provincial funding to cover a $1.2 billion operating shortfall and approximately $12 million in federal and provincial funding for their police operating budget. I think it's all relative, And I think that we should be pursuing this one to see with their question. They ask that calls on the province to treat all municipalities fairly, provide equivalent representative operational budget funding amounts to all Ontario municipalities. I think that's a reasonable request. And if this does get approved, I think this also should go to our MPP and our MP.
Sure. I saw the director of corporate services take his seat up here, so I guess he has something to say, the director of corporate services.
Just wanted to voice my support for what the councillor is saying. The province over the years has done a lot of downloading to municipalities, and that's putting a lot of strain on all of our organizations. They're recognizing that with what they're doing with the City of Toronto and trying to give some relief, and certainly the smaller communities outside of the big GT area should have some relief as well, in my opinion.
Okay, so it's Councillor, you're moving to support.
I'll move that, yeah.
The resolution from the Township of Amaranth. Is there a seconder? Councillor Mayette, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Anything else? If not, we will move on. We will do a very very quick round of statements by members, because I know there's some members who have something to say. So we'll start with the deputy mayor and I'll just go straight down the line.
Nothing, thank you, for me this evening.
The vice deputy mayor.
Mr. Mayor, two quick things. I just like to pass on you. Maybe you were going to do this. I don't know. I want to make sure it's mentioned, but the passing of Dunk McCallum, and he's no stranger to this community. Who sat around this council table, I think, for 1 or 2 terms, and just done an incredible amount of work in the town of Southampton, in particular with many projects, and always look to Duncan as a leader, community leader, and I just really gonna miss him. He was a great friend to a lot of us, and my condolences, deepest sympathy to his family. He'll be missed. I've been wanting to do this for a few meetings, but we keep skipping by the comments from council. And I didn't want this to pass us by without mention of Doug Court. And Doug was recognized, honored in Belgium, actually. Doug, of course, was the co-founder of Pumpkin Fest, as we all know, and he was honored in Belgium by the Great Pumpkin Fest Commonwealth as the first ever giant field pumpkin grower of the year. So that's quite an honor, and I just want to pass on congratulations to Doug Court, and maybe, I don't know whether a note could be sent from this council or not, but it's quite an honor, Mr. Mayor.
We'll do you one better. Mr. Court's going to come in and see us for congratulations one of these days. He's already been invited. Councillor Grace.
Okay.
Nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Davinsky.
First, to dovetail what the vice deputy mayor said about Duncan McCallum, the passing of him, I too would like to send along my condolences to the family. I saw him just weeks before he passed, and he was so happy to see me, and he was up and about, and I'm sorry that it came to this. Duncan was one that always encouraged me, not only as a reporter, but then when I got on this side of the table, he was constantly writing me and telling me that you're doing good, you're doing well, whether I was or not, but he made me feel good. And he's made the community feel good. I will miss him. The only other thing I have is, I just want to say it happened quite some time ago, April 6th, Vicottral night, and we raised over $42,000 for Vicottral, who is the Saugeen Shores super fan, and it was a lot of fun, and thanks to everybody who took part.
Thanks for that. Councillor Mayette. Nothing tonight. Councillor Duhaime. Nothing tonight. Councillor Stack. Nothing tonight. Councillor Halpin. No.
I would just encourage everyone that there's still about 80 trees left to buy, so please go out and buy a tree for the tree sale. And if you live on Green, Gustavus, Mill, or Elgin, and you want to plant a tree to replace one of the big ones that has been cut down, I'll even come and help you plant it. So buy a tree.
There's an offer right there. Very good, thank you. I guess I'll just add my own comments about former councillor Duncan McCallum. I offer condolences on behalf of the entire municipality and all the people of the municipality to his family and friends, of whom he had many. And I would say I came on council as Duncan was leaving council. And the first person who called me after the election was Duncan McCallum. He called me and congratulated me and gave me, as he does what he has done with so many, including Councillor Davinsky, encouraged me and gave me some good advice. So always considered him a friend from that point forward. Yeah, as you said so well, both of you who spoke about it will be deeply missed across our community. So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn Committee of the Whole. Councillor Stack, Councillor Mayette, all in favor? Committee of the Whole stands adjourned. Should we just jump right into regular council? All right, so we'll do that. Give me just half a second to switch over here. You guys are okay to carry on? Everything good? Okay. So I think we're good to go. So I'm going to call to order this regular council meeting of April 22nd, 2024. Second item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments. So that takes us on to adoption of minutes, 2 sets of minutes there. The resolution is the council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of April 8th, 2024, and note and file the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting of April 8th, 2024 as presented. Is the remover and seconder, the vice deputy mayor and the deputy mayor. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Next then is no public meetings. We're on to close to public, and we have a resolution. The council move into a closed to public session in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392 as follows. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And I should note that council is moving into closed session to discuss instructions to be applied to negotiations with the Victorian Order of Nurses and with the Ontario Clean Water Agency, and discussion and direction on a confidential matter relative to potential litigation subject to solicitor-client privilege. Is there a mover and seconder for the resolution? Stack, the deputy mayor, all in favor? That is carried. So council will now move into closed session. Good. Okay, so I have a resolution then that council arise from close the public session and resume the regular council meeting. Is there a mover and seconder? Stack and Davinsky, all in favor? That's carried, and I will report that, what will I report? That council gave direction to staff on negotiations with the Victorian Order of Nurses and with the Clean Water Agency, and that council gave direction to staff with regard to confidential matter relative to potential litigation subject to solicitor-client privilege. And with that, we will move on to a report of the Committee of the Whole, and there is a resolution there. I'll ask any member if you wish to have any of those items considered separately. The Deputy Mayor.
Can we isolate out number 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody wish to have any of those others considered separately? So I'll deal with the rest and then we'll come back to 1. So it's resolved that the Cottage Street Study draft report be received for information. The council received the 2024 Major Initiatives Division and Capital Highlights Q1 Update Report for information. The council direct the mayor and chief administrative officer to work with the municipality of Kincardine to advance a request to Bruce Power to fund the healthcare partnership program as outlined. The council received the 2023 Capital Project Closed Carry Forward Report for information. The council defer the 2024 Operations Capital Project Port Elgin Reservoir Generator and Electrical Upgrades until 2025, pending the results of the Water and Wastewater Master Plan Study. And the council received the 2023 Southampton Landfill Site Annual Monitoring Report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Mayette, seconded by Grace. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. And then there's a resolution the council received the municipal services fees and charges review, final report for information, and direct staff to report back to council on implementation. Comment from the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I would just like to suggest that along with receiving the report that we either make a decision or we encourage a decision to come quickly. The building permits situation showing that we're bringing in 110% of what should be 100%. Perhaps there's an opportunity to move a little more quickly on reducing building permit fees by 10% to come in line with 100%.
Yeah, so I would consider a motion that council direct staff to implement proposed reductions to building permit fees immediately. Is that moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by the Vice Deputy Mayor? Is there any discussion on that issue? So that will be added then. So the part that I read plus the further direction. So if there's nothing further on that, you've heard the resolution's been moved and seconded. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. So now we're on to the Committee of the Whole report regarding AODA resolution. And the resolution is that council endorsed the County of Prince Edward's resolution that strongly encourages action on the part of the provincial government to urgently, A, create a municipal accessibility fund for municipalities to develop and implement AODA standards related to goods, services, accommodation, employment, and buildings, and B, to commit to working with municipalities to implement the Donovan Review immediate crisis recommendations, and that the mayor write a letter in support of this resolution to Minister of Seniors and Accessibility, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Seniors and Accessibility, the Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, MPP Lisa Thompson, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario as amended. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Davinsky, seconded by Grace. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. So next we're on to reports from municipal officers and committees. And there's a report on the downtown Port Elgin and Southampton parking study. There is a resolution the council approved the downtown Port Elgin and Southampton parking study report. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Mayette, seconded by Duhaime. Is there any discussion on that one? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned about the approving part. There are a number of things that are shown as changes in. I guess I'm cautious or curious more. One of the items about optimizing supply and increasing efficiency is suggesting that we review the overnight parking bylaw as it relates to snow clearing. Reviewing it is one thing. If there's any changes to that bylaw, they would come back to council, correct? Okay. Because, you know, as much as people don't necessarily always agree with the snow clearing situation and the no parking overnight, it works because, you know, they do a pretty good job of getting the snow off the street early because there's no cars there. I also found again in table 2, which was medium-term parking strategies, again about optimizing supply. There's a change suggested that there be consideration to prohibit employees from parking within prime on-street parking spaces. We never ever did a survey of the downtown businesses to really ask them how much parking they had for their own staff, how many parking spaces their staff might use. It just seems very prescriptive to say, you know, yeah, we'll prohibit employees. We don't even know if that's a problem. And also, you know, how would you ever enforce that? So I have a little bit of caution about that. And I don't see yet that there was any pickup of the moving the 2 electric car charging stations on High Street to a location close to High Street, but away from the core. And I know that there's comments about limiting the amount of time that people can park to 2 hours on High Street. Well, those electric charging stations, I believe people get to charge there for free. So, you know, and I believe that sometimes they're there longer than 2 hours. So I would have liked to have seen at least a recommendation to consider moving those 2 spots from a pretty good location on High Street, off High Street. In Port Elgin, the electric charging stations are on side streets. They're not on Goderich Street. So I just think that should be the same courtesy given to downtown Southampton. Anyway, so I don't know if I think if things are going to come back to council with some of these reviews and considerations, I would be supportive of approving something, but I still think there's work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you can expect those reports will come back. Nothing will be actualized out of this without further implementation from council. Any further questions or comments of the resolution? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. All right, and then we're on to the confirmatory bylaw, and there's a resolution that bylaw 33-2024, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 22nd day of April, 2024. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor and the vice deputy mayor, all in favor? That's carried. And finally, there's a resolution of this regular council meeting of April 22nd, 2024, hereby adjourns at 10:59 p.m. All in favor? That's carried. I told you, you were so worried.